Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, Our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Into the breakfast show on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, and we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. I am Destiny Mama. With me is,
of course, Onyeka Valentine. Dealing with you every Tuesday.
as always, looking always very smart.
You looking beautiful.
Thank you so much. And now, just to let you know what to expect on our breakfast show this morning, and right about now, we'll just give you a little hint about, what's going on in the Nigerian space, and after that, we take you to the front pages of our newspapers to get you informed on what's happening on the front pages of our newspapers this morning. And from there, we move on to the Business Morning segment, anchored by yours truly, to give you some, business details happening in the Nigerian space as well. And from there, we move to the big story. From Big Story, we'll let you know what is happening in the social media space, and that's for our social listening segment. And that's this and more what we have for you this morning on our breakfast show on Business Day Television. I don't even know what to say this morning, but I just have a
weather?
mixed feeling concerning the weather. Coming to work this morning, I found that it was drizzling a bit. Right? Around the Ajah axis. Then moving forward to, getting to Chevron, I saw very wet ground, and I was wondering what's happening in Lagos. I did not even see the raindrop, but I saw that the grounds were very wet and slippery, and then I knew that a big pour would have come down this way. And right now it's still hazy.
It is.
And what is December?
I was just going
the
to say
16th or 17th.
Normally, when we're growing up as kids, as soon as it hits the end of November,
you start expecting rain.
Exactly, everyone is up and doing, start singing.
The Christmas carol thingy, it actually makes you start feeling the Christmas thing. But I cannot promise you I've heard any Christmas jingle in any.
Something is responsible for this weather change.
What's happening? Yeah.
Warming.
Okay.
And I realized that in time in the future, there will be a time when it might shock you, just the way South Africans never knew that some part of South Africa would experience snow.
Oh, wow.
It might shock you one day, you just wake up one morning and then you just see
snow. I will not be shocked, trust me, because I schooled somewhere in the north, in Plateau State, and then I actually witnessed blocks clattering on people's windscreen.
Just elevated.
Yes.
Higher ground.
True.
More or less like the hilly area, which is why, if you look at it,
you see a lot of Westerners
always there.
It is normal to them. But to us, in Jos, I just noticed that the difference between the weather in Plateau State and the Western world, it's cold. Yes, you feel the cold, but the cold in Plateau State, there's no moisture. It's kind of coax.
So what do you think that would be responsible for that?
Yeah.
Vegetation back and forth.
True.
Hilly, so and then the cloud is closer to where people. I wouldn't say cloud, but the mist. So it gives that humid feel. It gives you that, quote and unquote, for some people, a broad feel.
Exactly.
So, those who are foreigners that want to go
settle. True. But then again, you just notice that the change, is not so normal. It's not so normal. Experiencing a lot of rainfall in December when people are actually used to the harmattan blowing. That kind of dry feeling. But it's not really there. But then again, you could still feel it, or don't you? I just feel like the rain's actually bringing it down.
Well, I will say this. If we've learned anything, let it be that this year came with a lot of pressure, a lot of insecurity. Let the rain come and wash it away so that tomorrow...
Oh my God, I love that word.
Really now.
Yeah. Wow. Well, and just like what you are envisaging, let's see what's happening on the headlines this morning. Nigeria's inflation falls below budget estimate for first time in 6 years at 14.45%. In case you didn't take that down, Nigeria's inflation falls below budget estimate for first time in 6 years at 14.45%. And then you hear that the federal government and states as well as the local governments shared 1.93 trillion naira November revenue. 1.93 trillion naira November revenue. And it says that the Supreme Court affirms president's power to declare state of emergency and even suspend elected officials, saying that the Supreme Court is affirming president's power to declare state of emergency and even suspend elected officials. And right here also we have that the African Development Bank seeks $25 billion for low-cost lending amid warning in U.S. engagement. Amidst waning U.S. engagement, it says that African Development Bank seeks $25 billion for low-cost lending amid waning U.S. engagement. Wow, this is quite, should I say,
I think the first story is kind of good news for us.
Okay.
I mean, again, no matter how little you get to record progress, let there be progress.
At least.
Like they always say,
a record of it.
Yes. You see, one step a day or one step a month is better than
nothing at all.
No step at all. And if we can now see, economists will agree, the likes of Bismarck, Wani, likes of all the key economists who have the interests of Nigeria at heart. I'm not talking about foreign ones who will run the narrative to their favor. You know, they push us to IMF to go borrow money, you know, because that's what they do. But likes of our own economists here, well-grounded, likes of Bismarck, Wani will tell you that, look, the economy can always get better if we decide to produce what we eat and eat what we produce. However, having said so, look at the fact that inflation now is now dropping. It's good news. Knowing that our budget now is now becoming superseding it is good news.
It's good news, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
Even if it's a 2% margin. I saw that in November it was 14%.
Yeah.
Now, you know, but whichever it is, right?
There's
good or bad news,
something about
we can
it
afford
that
to now say, can we find a way around it? Right? I wish we had one of our economists here to now give us the indices breakdown.
Yeah.
But as journalists, I think it is the onus falls on us to let people know that there is light at the end
of the tunnel. Yeah, they're just you know, moving a little bit into the fact that the Supreme Court is affirming president's power to declare state of emergency and even suspend elected officials. That's quite new. It's good. It's good that, you know, such a thing is being affirmed right now and presently, because, you know, going by the way the insecurities just buzzing on, especially the northern areas and coming down and south, you know, irrespective of the fact that we know that it is not supposed to be, you know, for the president to have such powers to, you know, just make it happen, it's actually a step towards the right direction. I don't know if you see it in the same way that I do.
Excuse me. Yeah, most definitely. The president is the CNC, Commander in Chief. And I'm glad that you and I we take our time to do our homework to now know that, look, it's important to read this the way they are. Now, what does this mean? It means that the president can move ahead and take executive decisions in times of turmoil.
All right.
Believe it or not, we might not accept this. We might question it. Some at home might argue for or against. But the fact that our insecurity level is on the rise calls for some strict and stringent decisions. It's about time for the president to now say, enough is enough. I want to make sure I call out some certain persons.
Exactly.
That I have. Donald Trump has been doing it. Donald Trump will see some certain things. I'm not saying he's the best president.
But he does it.
Yes, but the call for quick and decisive
measures
or rather decision is important for times like this. Look at what he did. He said, look, I'm going to clamp down on illegal immigrants in America. And yes, as much as a lot of people don't like ICE, but it is working.
It is working.
Right?
It is working.
Again, you have collateral damage. So I think that back home here, if the Senate and other arms of government now give the president that full power, which obviously he should have.
He should have,
And the Supreme Court has now said, Augusta, go ahead.
Leverage on this and just, you know, see how you can,
it's for us. Those bad eggs
will be fished out.
Have been wasting our time, our resources, creating a lot
decisions
of
will be made in them, you know.
Loopholes for criminals to foster will now be brought to book.
Sure.
I want to see, again, this is me speaking, you know, I'm speaking in the minds of our viewers. I want to see the likes of Gumi, likes of Sunday people who have been discussing with these bandits and telling us all sort of wrong.
I like what you just said now, trust me. On that note, I like what you just said now. I like what you just said now. On that note, I know that you will have so much more to say as we review our newspaper in the next segment. We'll be right back after the short break to go straight into our newspaper review. Don't go anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps, wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Now it's time for our newspaper review segment. And on this segment, we explore top headlines on the front pages of our newspaper. I'm your host, and joining me, I'm your host, Destiny Mama. Joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is Onyeka Valentine. As always, good to have you.
It's always nice whenever we co-anchor this. I always have this great vibe whenever you're around.
Oh my God!
You bring positivity.
Exactly. Oh my God! Just like you do. Just like you do. So we're a good team, right?
Let's go.
Let's go straight to the conversation. We're starting with our own Business Day newspaper this morning, and from the Business Day newspaper this morning, it says that Nigeria extends disinflation streak, but December bleep looms. Nigeria's extend disinflation streak, but December bleep looms. And we also have here not so much talking about LLX PLC. That's an advert right there.
It is.
And so good to know that it's a harvest the future with LLX PLC, right? Offering subscription 18.8 billion ordinary shares and offer at 12.50 naira per share. I'm still inside the Business Day newspaper says that that the NSIA hits $3 billion net assets as sovereign fund expands development footprint. And we have here say that the state-owned airlines ignite price war on secondary routes. State-owned airlines ignite price war on secondary routes. And from the telecommunications in 2025, the year Nigerians paid more and got less. Now, this got me. Telecoms in 2025 was the year Nigeria paid more and got less. And from here says that how insecurity is reshaping Nigeria's festive travel. You find that at page 30. It's actually reshaping Nigeria's festive travel. I'm talking about insecurity. And from the big one here says that Nigeria extends inflation streak, but December bleep looms. And from here made it clear that as Nigeria's inflation rate is on course to slow next year after extending its disinflation run in November, even as economists warn of a temporary break in the easing cycle in December as a favorable base effects begin to fade, and stating that the headline inflation slowed for an 8th straight month to 14.45% in November, down from 16.1% in October. And this is according to the data released Monday by the National Bureau of Statistics. And moving on, says that the NSI hits a $3 billion net assets as sovereign fund expands development footprint. So, Valentine, talking about how, 2025 was the year that and telecoms. Actually, Nigeria has actually paid more for telecoms and got less. What would you make of this? Because actually, I actually notice a lot of complaints, and I don't know, maybe because a lot of times you don't feel it when you do this subscription, so you don't really know what, people are going through by this. But it's kind of not as good as it used to be. So I'm wondering, is it the underground works that are going on, putting over all those all those extra cables that's actually costing, the less service that we're getting from telecoms? Because trust me, it used to be better.
Again, most telecoms, I don't call their names, but the ones who are predominantly, doing business here in Nigeria, will always come up with different excuses.
Sure.
Ranging from, equipment vandalization to the fact that cost of diesel is now high, so in trying to keep their outstations or their masts working on optimal level in remote areas cost them an arm and a leg, so they will come with those excuses. And of course, they also come with the excuse of tariffs, come with different things that will make them want to justify the increase of increase that consumers have to now pay, or even worse, maybe the epileptic network supply. However, having then said this, was it last year or last 2 years, we had a certain network made over ₦1 trillion from Nigeria and moved it nicely. What does this mean? It means that even in the midst of all these bottlenecks that they have,
they're making so much money.
Vandalization of their hardwares or whatever it is.
Sure.
The cost of diesel, the use of power. Even I don't understand why they can't get solar panel, but even at that. With all these bottlenecks, they still make some amount of money.
They make so much money. And I'm talking about them not using solar. I disagree. I'm sure they've improvised into using strictly solar. Exactly. But solar doesn't also come cheap, but at the same time, they can afford it. No, it doesn't come cheap. If you want, good KVAs, you go for good money to actually, yes. But then again, we know that they spend so much in their masts. We know that they do a lot of community service, doing that, trying to support, doing some social.
We will now pay for all that. So it's more or less like...
Where I was even going, I know that they do all that, but that's not for us to now bear the brunt, right? But then again, a lot of Nigerians have also gone into content creation, and you cannot go into content creation without having data, to be able to send whatever your message is across. So now, these telecoms companies are making so much money. This is the time that we need them to give us better services and even cheaper. Subsidized rates, so that more people, because the more subsidized it is, the more people want to subscribe. But even as expensive as it is, people are still subscribing, so they're making so much money, but the services have become poorer.
So there was this one time there was a big controversy about shooting the 5G. Some people said it was going to cause cancer. There was a lot of issues.
There are a lot of
in
issues.
the UK then, right, when 5G kick-started, there were records of birds falling off the sky. Some it's funny stories. But however, right, is it that we now have more subscribers, more people buying SIM cards, more people having multiple numbers, such that they cannot cater for the amount of numbers out there, and the network is clogging? If that's the issue, they should come out and say it. And say, look, we need to upgrade to, if at all there's something like 6G or whatever it is, we need to upgrade. Or better still, can we have a proper partnership with certain other companies, such a way that they can be able to meet the demands of people? However, this is not me trying to, cover them or trying to speak in their favor. I have to be on the fence. That's why we're broadcasting. Right? But imagine if you live in a remote area where you have few people who have phones, or people who live in those areas. You don't expect a mast that probably costs, say, in a month, say, ₦1 million to service, to come all the way to that point. Of course not. So if you live somewhere in Sambisa Forest, right? Where the level of insecurity is very high
and development is very low.
Very low. You don't expect, if until you leave, maybe you're a farmer there, and maybe the bandits have just looked at you like, this one's not, it's not, let's keep responsible farming. Right? And you complain about no network. Of course you have no network. You don't expect big subscription companies to take their hard end, gadget over there.
Telecoms on top is very long, and if we go on and on, there'll be a lot of issues I want to talk about. So let's quickly move on to the issue of insecurity reshaping Nigeria's festive travel, because it's the festive period. A lot of people, this is a time for even our Eastern brothers that really. They do not joke with this period. They've worked all year long. Now this is the time to go home, see loved ones, just meet up with what's happening around their roots. And so there's going to be a lot of travel. But then the insecurity is actually reshaping it. You'll be shocked at how many Southeasterners will stay put or stay back wherever they are without wanting to travel because of the fear of insecurity. And while some don't really give a hoot, they will take that risk, and they're already getting into trouble. And a lot of things is just working against this festivity. We're talking about even fare hikes. We're talking about airfare hikes. Talking about insecurity and all of that one. Like, I was supposed to travel like 2 weeks ago because the oldest man in the family, passed, and people were coming from all over, from the diaspora, to have him buried and all. And this is me in Lagos saying I can't go. Why? Because I'll be unable to fly. I'm still unable to, tour those parts because insecurity. So it has actually done a lot of reshaping, if you ask me.
For what it's worth, I'm glad that at this we're reading all of these newspapers, and these are credible sources. BusinessDay is our sister company, it's a credible source. So
very, very credible.
A huge team behind it has done their
homework. Exactly.
So it is easier for us to now look at it and now say, what does this now mean moving forward? 2026 around the corner.
It is around the corner.
Right? Are we going to keep experiencing
such
a way that we will have no other choice but to now be at the mercy of those who operate the aviation industry sector?
Yeah.
What is Festus Keyamo? What's he saying? I think it's a point where all Nigerians should now point at Mr. Keyamo. Say, Mr. Keyamo,
what's going on?
Can we see you come out clearly to now say, look, what if there's an issue with aviation
fuel
companies
and
plane
the aviation fuel,
if there's a reason why it is just unnecessarily high, is it based on
what's going on?
What exactly? See the tariffs.
I'm even shocked because we're dealing with a senior advocate of Nigeria, all right, in the aviation sector, and then seeing this hike during his time, it's touch provoking, and I think he can do something about it if he really wants to do something about it, because he has doubled as an activist before. Do you understand?
Of course.
Yes, of course. Is in his portfolio. He cannot take that away. So this is a cause that he can fight for us because of the high level of insecurity. This is the cause that he can outrightly fight for us. Let's see what's going on in the Guardian newspaper very quickly.
All right, very quickly. At the top left, already we spoke about it. Inflation, although this caption kinds of it's a different angle. Let's come.
Okay.
So it says inflation outperforms Tinubu's target, eases to 14.45%. So what this means is that maybe at some point Tinubu was saying inflation is going to be higher than what it is that we have seen.
Okay.
So we don't know, but you can see more of that in page 15. And here it says Tinubu lauds Buhari's legacy, right? Virtues at biography launch. You can see that one in page 5 right there. On the very top there, you see all the details of the Guardian. Here again, it says Senate, flays multiple budget, raises FIRS amid 2026 target to 35 trillion naira.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what this means?
Wow.
It means that FIRS will now come to your door and come and ask you, have you paid your tax?
Are you serious? It's a door-to-door.
This is the target they're giving them, 35 trillion naira for 2026. So I'm going to ask you, please, this is a wonderful shoe you're wearing. Have you paid tax? They're going to call tax.
You know, this is no tax. I don't know if I want to call it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to call it like some laziness of some sort to actually know what this is about.
Right.
Because in Business Day, they also give those avenues, for, you know, to make it easy, you know, for the layman out there. Exactly.
All right. So for those people at home, don't spend all your money on Dirty December next year. For friends of mine out there,
there's a reality.
My friends,
Looming.
my friends, Modi, and my great friends, Amanda. Please don't spend all your money in this December. Come next year, and hopefully you have some savings.
Of course.
The amount of tax.
You know, when some people just find out what this whole tax reform is about, right? They just cringe, and at the same time, the reality dawns on them to say, "Whoa, am I going to be paying so much for this or for that?"
35 trillion. That's the target given.
Indeed, they will knock at doors, and people will actually, you know, show them the kind of, you know, way they feel somehow.
Anyway, so again, sometimes it's good to bring out the soft light part of
exactly.
It doesn't hit us too hard.
Exactly.
Right there, it says Supreme Court verdict on emergency rule unsettles polity for power structure. Page 6, you can see more of that. In the Guardian, it says there, right? So now you know, Supreme Court's verdict on emergency rule unsettles polity, power structure. Page 6.
Wow.
The Guardian, you can see more of that. It appears it's all advert all the way.
Okay, and we do not have that. We do not have that leverage to give them that.
So let's jump into next. What do you have?
Okay, from the Vanguard newspaper, it says the Senate kicks against a multiple budget is one fiscal year. In one, I beg your pardon, fiscal year, you find that on page 8. The Senate kicks against multiple budgets in one fiscal year. And it says right here that a USA, the art exhibition, USA exhibition, Christmas Comes Early at Alexis Galleries. And interagency rivalry to blame for bandit allegation. And that's from Aquara government officials. And it says that terrorism sponsor, ex-governor Bafarawa Kapet Bello Turji.
There we go.
Terrorism sponsor, ex-governor Bafarawa Kapet Bello Turji. And then from the big story here in the Vanguard newspaper, it says that year-end festivities push inflation to 4-month high. Year-end festivities push inflation to 4-month high. And coming downward says that Tinubu at book launch on Buhari. Tinubu at book launch on Buhari. I wonder who the author of that book is. And the reps wading to Dangote's NMDPRA dispute. Reps wading to Dangote NMDPRA dispute. To find out on page 8 as they summon parties.
Did you see? Did you watch the video where Dangote took his time? To explain
analyze
to Nigerians why we should probe the NMDPRA boss. It was very clear. He said, how can somebody in the midst of the stress Nigeria is going through, the struggle that most Nigerians can't even raise 100,000 to send their kids to school.
Exactly.
Then how can we have such penury in the midst of wonderful Nigerians, and you are spending $5 million to send your children to secondary school abroad? And I said, look, it doesn't add up. And so I think, you see, this is what happens when you come for someone who has worked hard and earned this money.
He understands, exactly.
You come for him. Be rest assured that his team are going to come together and
exactly.
So I see this as, because I've never seen Dangote like this before.
Yeah.
But for him to have
he was all out. He came all out.
Analyze and now said that we need to probe and see why would a government official how much does he earn?
How much does he earn?
It doesn't
so we're able to afford that.
Yes. So
for just secondary school, we're not talking about higher institution. You know, so something that you will learn and get a good discipline in.
He's about to find out what being a blue blood means. Certain people that
you don't tamper with.
Thank you.
And I'm saying that emergency rule presidents can suspend elected officials. And that's by the Supreme Court. Says that emergency rule, the president can suspend elected officials. So if you find out that you're maybe somebody that is representing your constituency that you elected there, and because you thought you've elected the person, and so nothing can happen, it's not like that anymore. The ruling here is given an emergency rule that person can get suspended if they go overboard what they are supposed to be doing right there in that office. So Valentine, what do you have to say about what's going on the Vanguard newspaper, and what major topic beats your fancy here?
So for me, I think what really draws my attention the most is the fact that like we mentioned before, that now the president can now say, look,
sure,
if you have found one thing, well, you'll be found out. If you don't get your job done, obviously you'll be kicked out the door. Good, because I will explain to you. I will back it up with this bit of analysis. Look, imagine where you have someone who, right, the committee has come together to say, we choose that person.
Yeah.
Now, yes, you give that person your mandate to represent you in your constituency. But if it turns out that you're not doing the right thing. So I think that at CNC, Commander-in-Chief, right, the onus now falls on you to now say, enough of going back and forth, the due process, talking back and forth. Did you do what you had to have done? No.
Yeah.
As the father of the day, as the one in charge of the country, right? I will need you to leave that office. Let's get someone else.
Let's get someone else.
You know I'm telling you this? Look, I'm sure, well, I'm not sure, but if this move is aimed at making sure that people in the north who have been working hand in hand with these bandits and hand in hand with these terrorists, frustrating Nigerians, making sure that businesses are no longer, optimally any longer, or boosting booming any longer in that area. Those who are responsible for killing the industries and destroying the economy of those areas, and of course making lives and livelihood difficult to enjoy, those people, if they are government officials, now their cup is full.
It's full already.
Time for the president to say, look, you out of there, probe them.
Exactly.
So he has the executive power.
Now, from the big story, the Vanguard newspaper, which says that year-end festivities push monthly inflation to 4-month high. It shows here that the month food inflation rises to 1.13% in November, and the headline inflation climbs to 1.22%. And the year-on-year headline inflation continues decline to 14.45%. And Tinubu's reforms help Nigerians beat 2025 inflation and target. And this was according to the presidency, as they say that food price increases driven by year-end festivities, demand, and insecurity challenges, and emerged as the major driver of inflationary pressure, right, in November 2025. And this is pushing the month-on-month headline inflation rate to 1.22%, its highest level in 4 months, right? And with analysts projecting a similar trend in this December. Now, we're right in December, right? Now, similarly, the month-on-month food inflation rate rose to 1.13%. It rose to 1.13%, right? And the highest in 3 months since, driven by increase in the average prices of some food items. Whoa. People are just going over. I see a lot of bag of rice flying, groundnut oil flying. And some people are wondering, why is this, being gotten by some people for free and then they have to go and buy it? What is going on? Why is it not getting to them? But I also see that a lot of livestock is going to people. People are getting live goats. People are getting, some very good gifts this dirty December. And I don't know if you've gotten yours already, Valentine.
Well, apparently I haven't gotten mine. For what it's worth, I think that, in the spirit of some will say 13th month.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I said 13th month.
Are you expectant?
Well, again, people who don't know, don't know. But for those who have worked in the government sector before, right, when the year ends, you're looking at something extra to be added to it. So
if that's some form of compensation.
So
compensation for what exactly?
again, just a way of boosting morale.
All right.
But I always tell people, look, I think the idea of that 13-month thing or that extra bag of rice or, live gold, as case may be, is only coming out from your package. It all depends on how it's been arranged.
Exactly.
I might be wrong, but then again,
you never know.
For goodwill,
yeah.
I think if those government parastatals and agencies or private sectors, if they do it, carry along, go ahead. I mean, if it makes
no, it's a good thing to actually, make people that actually work for you or work with you, feel special in this, because this is actually a giving period. If you ask me, it's not just enough for you to wait for your boss to give to you. Why don't you give to your bosses as well? They've been giving you all year round.
What you said right now, you just
exactly. They've been giving you all year round. Sometimes, you expect, they expect too, just like we expect.
Give never lie.
Just to get on the toes of some people right here, because it's not actually what people are expecting to hear on a normal day.
Speaking of expecting, I mean, I wish we could take this if we have the time. Say
right.
PDP6, and this is in the
Guardian newspaper.
Right, yeah. Says PDP6 state of emergency in Kwara State.
Okay.
Says governor, right?
A security
risk.
Oh my God.
What this means is that the idea of that, I'll put this way again, godfatherism in the state, that idea is beginning to diminish. But look at it now. It says PDP6 state of emergency in Kwara State says that governor is security risk. They are more or less telling you we are almost going to start passing a vote of no confidence.
No confidence.
Because
it's actually a serious matter. But what do we have there, if you can read it out a bit?
Yeah, it says the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Kwara State has called for the declaration of state of emergency in Kwara State.
Okay.
Right? And the suspension of the governor, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak.
Wow.
In the interest of justice, morality, and public safety. There's more. It says, the state chairman of the party, Issa Bawa Adamu, and some party leaders, during a world press conference yesterday at the party secretariat in Ilorin, reacted to a trending video of some bandits being arrested in Auchi, Edo State, by the men of Nigerian army. You see, first and foremost, I want to use the opportunity to say, kudos Nigerian army, onward, Nigerian military. This past few weeks, wow, they've really come out to say Boko Haram bandits, enough is enough. I think I also want to toe the line of some Nigerians who have said that appointing the Christopher Musa as defense minister was a fantastic move. Him now saying that, look, no more. It comes to negotiations, we will negotiate no more with anybody. No more negotiation. That alone has sent a strong message. And it has, people don't know this. Our boys fighting in the front line, ground forces, those in waterways and air, needed some form of morale boost. And him becoming the minister, I can tell you, has done that. Now see what our military is achieving. Right? It goes to show you that if we want to succeed, we'll succeed.
We will succeed.
Anyway, so PDP6 state of emergency in Kwara State says governor a security risk. Let's see how.
So how have they been able to prove it that he's a security risk?
For what it is, they are beginning to point fingers, saying that Kwara State might become another den for bandits and criminals, and he's not doing much.
Okay.
So that also so it says they, however, allege that the bandits were being sponsored by the Kwara State government. Not my words.
Government.
In the papers. It's in the papers. You can catch that one in the Vanguard, in the Guardian, like I said, right? It says PDP6 state of emergency in Kwara State. I'm almost stuttering, right? Some call it stammering. The reason given is because such impunity, this kind of thing should not be happening. It has been giving a lot of bad name to the country from those who live are saying, how can the government not be able to
know
get these bandits out, put them in their place? arrest them, push them to
if you ask me, they've been petting the situation. They've been tossing it around and petting the situation, and it has gotten out of hand and actually brought a lot of things that is not supposed to be happening. Talking about the emergency rule where president can suspend elected officials, according to the Supreme Court, made it clear that a 7-member panel of the Apex Court, in a split decision of 6-1, also declined to fault the suspension of elected officials in states under emergency rule. It says, however, it stressed that such suspension, though necessary to ensure that the prevailing situation in a state did not degenerate into chaos or anarchy. And it also made it clear that it must be confined to a limited period, which means that the judgment followed the dismissal of a suit that 11 states of the Federation actually filed to challenge what they described as President Bola Tinubu's unconstitutional actions in Rivers State. I knew that, something would be looming from that end. I just knew that something would be looming from that end, because it made it clear that the states controlled by the opposition People's Democratic Party, though their respective attorney general queried President Tinubu's statutory powers to actually suspend a serving governor, that the deputy governor and the members of the state House of Assembly from office after the proclamation of emergency rule. Well, we'll see how all this unfolds, because so much is going on. So much is going on, and we know that
something going on.
Yeah.
I think we have the cartoon of the day, do we?
Of course. Let's see what the cartoon of the day have in stock for us this morning.
Before we jump to that, should we check out something over here in The Guardian?
Okay, saying.
So it says here, African SMEs lose $38 billion in export opportunities. It says African. Reason why I brought this up, we have programs on our platform here that talks about entrepreneurship,
startups, business startups, and all of that.
Because we're business television, it's important that we mention those areas. So what this means is that what this means here is that closely it means that two things. One, that if African SMEs lose this amount of money, are we now saying that we should go back to
exactly?
I think the answer, if I might want to throw in there, I think the answer should be, we have more scouts being able to pick out those entrepreneurs who are there, but they don't have people to give them money to support them.
We have a lot of them there. The thing is, like you say, some people say that life is not fair, but I think life is fair to whom wants the fairness from life. It's not, you don't just sit there and give yourself that self-pity and just envisage words like that. We all know that people that are great, great minds, have actually experienced a lot of failures and they've actually made a headway. So failure is actually allowed. And things like this, when you keep trying, you definitely, get that headway, sometime soon. Let's see what the cartoon of the day have for us, because of time this morning. Oh, wow.
Here we go. You want to say something first?
No, I think you should. You're as a military in the making, right? I think you have a lot of things to say by this, because this looks like your thing.
So first and foremost, I grew up in the military family. My dad was in the military, so that's the only close enough, because I went to military school.
Oh, of course.
I'm not the person. I rather remain as my media.
The training went a long way in shaping, who you are today. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's look at this. First and foremost, you could see men of a particular, security arm, all dressed in black, left and right. It says Office of the First Lady on one end. It says Office of the, I don't see the other one. But more importantly, you can see that it says service only to the family interest. Does this now mean that when our president says, now look, all police officers attached to VIPs should be withdrawn, and they should not look at NSCDC if they need, they need what we call, security, or they need some form of protection. Does it not mean that this is an idea of animal farm? In animal farm, they say all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. This is what we are seeing. But however it is, though, I think our cartoon of the day explains it in detail. They're all in shades. Somebody's holding Madame's bag, waiting for her to come out, and that's it. It's the office of the president's son, So if we have all our security personnel, right, waiting for key, VVIPs, then which security personnel will be on our express roads, the highways, to combat criminals? Which police officer will be there to make sure that criminals don't enjoy that, space to foster and cause chaos? What this means is this: we need more of those police officers.
Exactly.
Right? Let the idea of all police officers pulled away from VIPs. Let it touch everybody.
Let it touch everybody.
Yes. We shouldn't have the idea of
exactly.
Animals are more equal than others.
That's animal farm. It explains it all. Trust me. Wow. Oh, kudos to the creator of that cartoon. As always, we always look forward to having cartoons of the day that actually, tells, what is going on in such controversial ways. That's all we have this morning on our newspaper review segment. I am Destiny Momo, and with me is
Onyeka Valentine.
And together we say thank you for joining newspaper review. And up next is our Business Morning segment by yours truly. Stay with us. It's still the break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
dance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claim.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is a Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. And right now, let's bring you the news in details. Nigeria's headline inflation has dropped to 14.45% in November, aligning with the president's projected figure of 15% at the end of the 2025 and budget projected target. And now, according to reports, the consumer price index rose to 130.5 points in November 2025 from 128.9 points in October, reflecting a 1.6 points increase month on month. But the headline inflation rate declined to 14.45% year on year, compared with 16.05% recorded in October 2025. Now, this came as the organized private sector stated that the sustained easing of Nigeria's inflation rate to 14.45% in November 2025 will boost consumer purchasing power and support business activity, while urging the federal government to provide targeted credit facilities to micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, on a month-on-month basis, the headline inflation stood at 1.22% in November, higher than the 0.93% recorded in October, indicating that average prices still increased at a faster pace during the month, despite a moderation in annual inflation. And meanwhile, the federal government, states, and local government councils shared a total of 1.928 trillion naira as federation account revenue for November 2025, representing a sharp month-on-month decline from the 2.094 trillion naira distributed in October. Now, reports released from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation shows that the revenue was shared at a December 2025 meeting at the federation account allocation committee held in Abuja. The statement revealed that the total sum of 1.928 trillion naira, being November 2025 Federation account revenue, has been shared to the federal government, states, and the local government councils. The report shows that the revenue shared in November fell by 166 billion naira from the 2.094 trillion naira distributed in October, which is representing a 7.93% decline month on month. Now, this drop is significantly steeper than the marginal 9 billion naira decrease recorded between September and October, when allocations slipped from 2.094 2.103 trillion naira in September to 2.094 trillion naira in October of 2025. The Supreme Court on Monday affirmed the constitutional power of the president to declare a state of emergency in a state to prevent a breakdown of law and order or a descent into chaos and anarchy. Now, in a split decision of 6-1, the Apex Court upheld the president's authority under the Constitution to proclaim a state of emergency. The court further held that during such a period, the president may suspend elected officials, provided any such suspension is for a limited duration. Delivering the lead and majority judgment, Justice Mohammed Idris held that Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution empowers the president to adopt extraordinary measures to restore normalcy where a state of emergency has been declared. The judge noted that the provision does not specify the exact nature of those extraordinary measures, thereby vesting the president with discretion on how to act in such circumstances. Now, to end the news, the African Development Bank opened a donor pledging conference on Monday for its fund that lends money to low-income countries on favorable terms, seeking to offset a retreat in the U.S. and support that threatens its $25 billion target. Now, the Trump administration earlier this year also withheld a $197 million tranche pledged in the previous replenishment round for the African Development Fund, raising doubts about Washington's contribution ahead of the two-day meeting in London. The AFDB, Africa's biggest development lender, said the U.S. would send a representative to the talks while it remained unclear whether it would commit funds. AFDB's head of resource mobilization and partnerships, Valerie Ndebadi, however, revealed that existing partner countries are unlikely to fully close the $560 million grant funding gap that would remain without a United States pledge. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we'll be discussing our first conversation on our Business Morning segment. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on Business Day television. Now, this is the Business Morning segment. Now, let's go to the first conversation for today, talking about Nigeria and France sign strategic tax cooperation agreement. Now, Nigeria's Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with France's tax authority, Direction Generale des Finances Publiques, aimed at modernizing Nigeria's tax administration. Now, the pact focuses on digital tax reform, capacity building, and the adoption of global best practices in revenue collection and compliance. Now, the Memorandum of Understanding was signed by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the chairman, Zach Adedeji, and the French ambassador to Nigeria, Marc von Bolster, and comes ahead of the planned transition from FIRS to the new Nigerian Revenue Service in January 2026, and part of wider tax reforms under President Bola Tinubu. Officials say the partnership is actually designed to strengthen Nigeria's digital tax infrastructure, improve enforcement, and even build institutional capacity through technical cooperation with one of the world's most advanced tax authorities. Right. Joining us this morning is Mohammed Kunji. He is our in-house analyst. He's here to actually, give us, analysis on how this partnership with France is going to outpay. Welcome, Mohammed. How is your night?
Pleasure to have you. Very well.
All right. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning. So good to have you.
Done a bit of justice to the intro.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's quite strange for ears of some people, but we as broadcasters, definitely it's not strange to us, but it's still strange somehow, because by the time it comes out to the fore, to reality, when it starts happening, you and I might not find it funny, because change is not really easy to accept. But then again, why should Nigerians trust this government when agreements are signed abroad before citizens even understand what is inside them?
Thank you. And I think just like that's why I commended you. Thank you again for having me, Destiny. Thank you for having me on the show. So it is important that we lay the groundwork today so that people understand. Yeah. And then some of the apprehension and the anxiety that it has generated, we needed to be able to quell it. That's what we're actually here. Now, remember that first, our tax to GDP ratio in this country is between 6 and 8%. Tax contribution. True. Africa average, guess what it is, Destiny, is 15%, which shows a larger chunk of Nigerians are not paying tax. We should realize that. Most of the time, we will complain about government going out to borrow, especially to meet up the windfall, the shortfalls between the planned targeted expenditure and the revenue the government eventually able to realize. So most times, when you want to be able to plug the gap between your expenditure, what you have to spend, and what you get in terms of revenue, of course, 3 measures are what economists have actually suggested. One of them is through tax. If you increase your taxes, it will be able to increase the revenue that comes to the government. Now, remember that July this year, the president signed the bill, the 4 new bills, tax bills into law. And of course, in Business Day, we're trying to do a whole lot of analysis around those. I'm sure you all of that. Good. So, which is to be able to take effect from 1st of January, about 2 weeks or thereabout from now. And the government is trying to be able to ramp up everything to ensure that, one, people are well informed, to understand the basis for why they need to be able to fulfill their civic obligations. As well as to be also be able to hold government accountable. When you pay the money, how will you also be able to hold government accountable? And one way to be able to do that is to digitize the system, which is what this arrangement was about. I think we read that way. Exactly. The minister of the ambassador of France to Nigeria, Mr. Mark Van Boster, that's actually his name, mentioned about the possible benefit, mutual benefit, that they as Frenchmen, they as France, and we as Nigeria will actually be able to benefit from this. Now, just like people to ask, first, I think the problem of trust, I'm going to come back to that, but what is the need for Nigeria?
What's the need for Nigeria?
One, it is to digitally transform our tax process.
Okay.
Moving away from all these manual collections. If you remember, in fact, I'm sure you'll be able to put it in our paper today. Is the fact that by January 1, standing at bus stops, as those are doing, or local government people collecting tolls from you must cease. But that was the new hack. To ensure that, in fact, I was doing analysis yesterday. A typical co-op, I'm sure you know these co-op guys, in Lagos alone. Do you know how much they pay on a daily basis?
I know they pay close to like 5,000.
5,000 to 6,000.
Yes, that's high.
Do you know how many co-ops that have in this Lagos? I'm talking about one.
I'm sure that they will not really feel this tax thing because they've already started doing it already.
Of course. So now, how can you harmonize all this? Because you will see one company going and say, I'm collecting for local government.
Exactly.
And one can just be able to craft one name somewhere.
I'm collecting for the chairman's wife.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Reasons why.
Like, what is the essence of this? Collecting for one ballet in one place.
I'm telling you.
So those will actually be able to cease now. In fact, the Presidential Tax Reform Committee mentioned that those are considered illegal. And you have the right to be able to ask them that I cannot pay it because it has been centralized through the Joint Revenue Service. Now, but the only way you can be able to make it work is to have a digitized system.
No, you just said something, right? That the corrupt ways. I mean, the people, the people on the road, you know, their roads on the road, collecting these things from these transporters will cease. And you think that there's a possibility?
Yes, it is. Well, that's what it is. So, except you encourage them yourself,
and those people are not going to be able to do this digitized.
That's why it has been unified. There's a unified system.
All right.
NURTW is recognized as a pressure group in Nigeria.
Okay.
But of course, people have taken advantage. Just like you mentioned now, chairman's wife somewhere. Someone names that will look so absurd and irrational.
True.
You're just collecting money for them. All of them leveraging on the platform or leveraging on the name of NURTW. Collecting it. And most of those taxes, most of those levies are illegal.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what we are writing to be able to put in our papers tomorrow, so that people will understand what this tax system is all about. Now, what the FIR, the new act actually says FIRS will go. I made mention of it here last week. If a truck loading rice or tomato from the north to the south, Destiny, do you know how many taxes? I'm talking about the amounts now. How many round of taxes you
know, just to mention that now, they can get those tomatoes for as low as 30,000 in a basket. And getting here, it gets to like 150,000.
You have about 211 tax points that you're going to pay.
Wow.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Thank you very much for mentioning that. 211 tax points. I'm just taking Sokoto to Lagos to Mile 2. I mean, Mile 2 is the popular market here. Is it Mile 12? Okay, Mile 12, sorry.
Mile 12.
From Sokoto to Mile 12, or from Plateau to Mile 12, or Benin to Mile 12, you pay between 197 to 211 taxes.
Wow.
Legal and illegal. I don't know if we just come to you are paying to this government, you are paying all this. So all those things will be harmonized.
Sure.
And the only way we can, because that's exactly why we need to be able to dash people's tension. To understand it could be one of the best things that will be able to happen to this nation.
I see the passion in you. Mama, I see the passion in you as you're delivering this, analyzing this for Nigerians to really understand. I see the passion in you because I see that you want a whole lot of all this, this illegal
taxes to stop. You are witness to it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to tell. Maybe if we're not witness to Sokoto to Lagos, within our Lagos here, just imagine a driver starting off from, let's say, Ajah to this place. Imagine how much money.
I agree with you. Mama, I know that you have so much you want to still say in this first question. But then again, Nigerians, as you know we're filled with questions. Unanswered, questions. Right. So now what exactly did Nigeria give to France in this tax, right? And why was the full agreement not made public immediately?
No. So it was fine. This was signed December 11th.
Okay.
Today is December 16th. About 5 days ago.
Yeah.
Maybe you are very much aware of it. We just signed the agreement. That was last week.
Okay.
And it was in public glare in Abuja at the FIRS office.
Okay.
Of course, FIRS names will be changed as well. So FIRS is the body collecting tax for federal government. You have state land revenue services, and you have local government. And that's why all these are just splintered, collecting taxes here and there.
Yeah.
Now, with the new tax acts, especially the Joint Revenue Service Board, is to bring all these together under one umbrella. So one body will collect the tax and then share it across the board. Instead of Destiny is going out today. I want this coming to say I want to collect tax from for their government. I don't want this coming out to collect for state government. I don't want this coming out to collect for chairman's wife, things like that. But that's the way they extort all these drivers. And then you see them paying. It can be 100 or 200.
They're paying.
Thank you.
They cannot not pay.
Just imagine 5,000. Because the amount we agreed was about 5,700 per Korope. Korope in Lagos now is about 1.3 million units. So if let's say on the average they pay 4,000, multiply 4,000 by 1. You know how much money is going to those people every day?
I know. I understand.
And taxes are being paid on that. So now that's why, in terms of just giving the government, because you mentioned about trust, I don't want to go back to that, and what we give to them, I'll just combine it together. And I agree, the major problem we have in this nation is that trust issue.
Okay.
A lot, even informed people.
Informed.
You see them coming out to say, "Oh, government will not do anything."
Exactly, because a lot of failed promises. You don't blame people.
Do we also hold government accountable? You understand what I'm talking about now? Here, it's because our tax to GDP is very, like I told you, about 6 to 10%. The best we have done is around 10%, which is last year. That's the best. Africa average is 15 to 16%. Global average is about 45%. We are not even up to African average. We're talking about global. And that's why, because you're not paying the tax, people find it difficult to hold government accountable.
True.
Because in advanced economies where you are paying tax, if government fail to do so, you hear Americans, for example, talking about they are using taxpayers' money.
They are using taxpayers' money.
You hear that word.
Exactly. Randomly. It's legal.
Because they know it is out of my hard-earned money. You are paying tax, fine. Because you are here. But I'm telling you, millions of Nigerians are not. They're even earning far better than. We just talk about URCW now. Out of this money they are getting, do you know how much tax they're paying?
Tell me.
They're not even paying, because we could not even be able to account for how much they pay, because it was informal.
Yeah.
You understand now?
Yeah.
Other than maybe those actually working at the offices.
Yeah.
But this is what they're extorting on the road. It was almost zero tax that they are paying on that. So I know trust issues there. But if we to pay now, maybe it will motivate us to ask the government to call them to account. That's one.
Yes.
Two, we did not offer. It's not I don't want to call that. It's not a zero-sum game. That give France something has to give for us to be able, for them to be able. Because remember, in fact, Mark from Boston, who is the French ambassador here, mentioned about they wanted to also be able to benefit from Nigeria as well. They say we're going to benefit from them. So it's a mutual cooperation. It's a mutual cooperation. Because we're looking at the tech, of course, we have spoken about that here. The tech savviness of Nigerians, French saw it as an advantage that they can tap from. Just in the same way, we can also be able to tap from. They have this advanced tax system. You mentioned about their own tax authority. You just mentioned that now. Called Direction General de Finance Publiques in France. It's one of the best in the world. And there is nothing wrong, Destiny, from learning from the best. We said it was international best practice. Now there was something that came out yesterday. So they're able to mention this. They said, why is it France that we're copying? On the tax competitiveness index, France is like the last in the list, but I feel like people don't understand what they're talking about because you read that during your intro. One of the most advanced tax authority in the world is the GIF. Wow! Just check. It's one of the most advanced. Ensure that taxes are paid and they are used for the benefit of the people as well. Which is where the trust issues will now come in. If you pay as well, you should be able to hold government accountable. Go online and see things that say, oh, this road here that the government collected this money for allocated for, what has been done to it. So I think trust issue is the one that we have to solve.
I agree with that, the point you just made here, right? But how can we marry it to we hearing that there is no data sharing? Okay, now with this information, can the government guarantee in writing, that no Nigerian tax or personal data will ever leave this country?
Okay, thank you very much for that question.
Can that be guaranteed?
It will, because there is NDPR, Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, which is also copied from the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulatory Council. That is already there. There are certain things that the government cannot just, because, I was listening to one program this morning on the radio, and I was marveled as to how the analyst was speaking there, but the optics was not good. How would you give it to France? I was just wondering. Now, we will be claiming that we want to be global standard. We are trying to be able to copy from people that have done it and have succeeded. And somebody was coming and say optics is not good because it's as if we are building to France, or because France is already a pariah to other West African style states because of what they have had.
Because of what they've had. Of course,
they've had with them. But does that mean because Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali are having their own issues with France, does that stop us from actually interacting with France?
Sure.
Now, I can tell you here. There is nothing about data sharing. It's not really about that. It is totally off the hook. Because people are saying that they are going to expose us to France. They will give us that was never the plan. The plan here was digitization. Digitization and capacity development. Train Nigerians, capacity development. There are just three things. That was what if you look at what was signed, the pact, the MOUs that was actually signed. Digital transformation, I will talk about that. Capacity, train Nigerians in the act of tax collection. Tax collection. Yes, tax collection.
Orientation. Nigerians need to Nigerians need to, come to,
we see what they've done.
Come to that reality.
Nigerians that these are the best ways to collect tax. The one you have been using that is only making your tax to GDP about 6%. It's not working. We need to learn from this. So when we're now coming up with all those narratives, you want to be stealing our data. Sometimes you look at it as being so counterintuitive. What is people talking about? And also be able to ensure they improve cross-border enforcement. There are a lot of Nigerians that are working abroad. There are a lot of Nigerians that are here. Of course, they're gig workers. They are working for foreign companies. They're not coming to. In fact, they wake up with the money, just open their system, and they're paying them in dollars at the end of the month.
Wow! And they're not paying tax.
They're not paying tax. These are
a lot of things that they need to really.
France has done that. They've succeeded. They have all these gig workers that are working for foreign companies to collect tax from them. There was a time we were talking about maybe the prostitute.
Yes, hook up.
Okay, maybe it's
and they are not going to enjoy their household now because they're not taking anything from anybody.
It's government. They are now.
How?
Okay. The electricity are using there. The road they actually need to apply to their places must actually be built by something.
No,
the electricity too.
Oh my God.
Be provided.
Of course.
Isn't it? Otherwise, the customers will complain. Why are you subjecting me to this hardship? For you to multiply your road from your home to wherever you are going to.
You must be seeing the hookup thing as a very lucrative business here in Nigeria.
It is. Somebody was telling me that. Maybe not in Nigeria. I think it's the oldest profession in the world.
It is actually. Right. I just want to take away the tax here, actually.
They are the ones taxing this.
Exactly.
So why can't we?
So you just do me a favor. As I give you those questions, you just give me some quick answers. So because of time. Yeah, because of time. That right. So now, why do you think France? Why France? Are there no competent Nigerian tax firms or even tax experts capable of actually building building and even managing our tax systems. Why France? Why give them that leverage?
Thank you very much, Destiny. Because these are what people are saying, and that is good.
Yeah.
You actually be able to gauge the sentiment. They're not the one collecting tax for us.
Okay.
Let's get this clearly.
All right.
You know, like the fans will now come to Destiny's house tomorrow. You now see a Frenchman. As I speaking French to you, the people say, "Where's your tax?" It's not going to do that.
All right.
I'm not talking about that. It's still Nigerians. We have our train. Yes. It's a matter of just help us to digitize.
Okay.
Help us in skill development. Help in facilitating cross-border collections.
All right.
So, you know, a Frenchman will now start being on your computer and start pulling you. You understand that now? Or they will now start packing French people, just like the Chinese are here. That is never the intention. So that's why it is good you brought this today, so I can be informed. It's not a matter of strategic MOUs that we sign to ensure that we wanted our tax system to be like yours.
Yes, exactly.
You have done well in it. You've gone beyond us. How did you do yours?
How did you do
yours? Can we
yours?
also be able to make our own to be like that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right?
I agree
with that. But that's the price fund.
Yeah.
So now, in Europe right now, is it UK we should go to? In terms of tax system, UK surpassed France.
Okay.
But every government has their own way of actually interacting. You cannot just go to US. Do you have any for that?
Okay.
There's like Germany.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe France. These are countries that have done well in the tax system.
Okay.
But France have one of the most advanced in the world.
Now, if you say
I'm sure tomorrow, if it has been Germany, we sign it, so we will come and say, why Germany?
Why Germany?
Tomorrow, why UK? People used to say that.
Okay, now, so at the time where Nigerians, right, are actually struggling with high taxes, inflation, unemployment, and does this deal reduce our sufferings? That's a question today.
Very important question. Thank you.
Does this deal reduce our sufferings today?
So by January 1 now, let's let's start with the pay. Because of time, the tax that you pay on your salary. If you earn less than 800,000 naira,
yes,
annually, you are not paying any tax.
You're not paying any tax. Wow.
Please remember, 800,000 naira.
You're not paying any tax. Good.
If you have 800,001, the tax will start on that 1 naira on 800,000. There is no tax on 800,000. You know to understand. That is what they are trying to introduce here.
Okay.
Because if we agree that we need to meet global standards, we need to increase our revenue base. Tax is an important pillar.
Okay.
To make tax work, you need to digitize the process.
Wow.
Now, the amount we are needing to pay, because of time will not be there. We should like break it down. I'm just talking about that individual. Go to corporate. There are reductions in those things right now. But the way people I don't know. You know,
I know there are a lot of narratives. But was the National Assembly consulted, or is this just another decision taken without democratic oversight?
So the issue is this: you need no ratification from National Assembly for this.
Okay.
Why I'm saying that is, FIRS has been established by act of government, by act of law, act of parliament. An act of parliament has established FIRS, who are expected to conduct their own activities in ways that will actually be benefiting to them. Now, one of the ways they felt that, okay, in order to improve our system, we need to sign such a collaboration. Because you hear me saying this, Tinubu, you'll be blaming for this. Zakadedeji, who is the chairman of the FIRS, is one that signed with the French ambassador. And it's one that's like saying, if, for example, tomorrow, let me just use a case here. If, for example, tomorrow, there is something that can be able to improve our TV studio here. Is it everything you take to the publisher to sign? That you must be able to ratify before we do it. If, for example, you just feel like, oh, fine, let's repaint this place. That should be better. Or let's do something here that will make it magnificent.
Yeah.
I don't think it's everything. Let's pick it up and wait before we get approval.
Exactly.
So National Assembly is not required in this instance.
Okay.
Based on the act that established FIRS, they are allowed to be able to carry out certain functions through the chairman of the board. And that's what they have done.
Now, Nigerians are still wondering that if this agreement is actually harmless, why did it trigger so much secrecy, confusion, and government damage control?
There's an element of secrecy in it. I think I disagree with that. Beg to differ on that.
The secrecy that people are saying is that, boom, you're hearing that France, there's a little bit of secrecy there.
Okay, so because I felt like maybe as if it was signed in private or something.
Yes, and the visit of our president to France lately, there's this friendship, yes, there's this agreement, so to speak, that there's a partnership looming. And so Nigerians are saying that, they're thinking rather, that this has been hit all along.
So, do you know Total Energy? Because of time, I'm just trying to cut it short. If you bring another time, I can be able to provide a full explanation to this. Before I go there, President Buhari in his own administration, if you remember very well, his romance was more with the United Kingdom.
Okay.
He has this interface with UK more than anything. Now, Tinubu's interface with France, on a personal level,
yeah,
does not be able to conflict with his role as president of
with his role, yeah.
So, there are a lot of deals that they signed. In fact, because there was a Nigeria-France partnership, a kind of a business community.
True.
That brought businessmen from Nigeria to France, signed deals with top businessmen. But one of the major things, and I want people to be able to understand, was the total energy. Total energy.
Yes.
Because they were trying to leave Nigeria at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yes. They were trying to divest from Nigeria. And that was the first time the president had to be able to go to France, to speak to the president of France, so I was able to convince Total to leave them. Was close to about $60 billion that they are trying to take out of this economy.
Oh, wow. That's huge.
So, it's a business interest. And I don't think at any point in time it does not conflict with his presidential powers. It's not like as if it is the French that's now commanding him whatever he's doing here. I understand the bromance may be there, but the fact that I feel like you will only be able to interact with people that you know. In fact, our constitution allows that if you become president today as a woman, for example, your ministers, the constitution says, ensure you pick ministers from all the states, Abby.
Yeah.
But your special advisor is at your discretion.
It's at your discretion.
Because nobody can appoint me, for example. You know, Kayode, for example, can appoint him.
Exactly.
Nobody will tell you to appoint Dairu from Bauchi, you don't know.
Somebody you don't know.
That's of the frustration because you are the one.
You've had that person before. You know what that person can do.
Ministers appoint all Nigeria. Your government. Sure. I don't just go and wake up and let me go and want Emeka in Imo. I've never seen him. Fine, people will recommend. That's understandable. The Constitution understand that you need those people that you have done things together to appoint them. So,
I really need to go on and on, to talk to you about this whole taxa thing with France. Please. But finally, if this deal fails or compromises Nigeria's sovereignty, right? Who will be held accountable? Or who will Nigeria's, or will Nigerians just be told to move on? Just like that.
So I don't think it will hit the rock.
All right.
But let's even hypothetically assume that it hit the rock. Of course, the buck stops at the president's table and the FIRS chairman. The FIRS chairman, Zach Adediji, was the one who brought this deal to us after negotiation, and he was able to explain the benefits.
Okay.
The years of benefits. These are just technically here.
Yeah.
Don't forget, the crux of the agreement was on digitization, skill development, and facilitation of cross-border enforcement.
Okay.
That was the core idea. But even if it hits the rock or it hits a snag, yes, we'll blame him because that means your due diligence has not been done. But I can tell you here, based on my crystal ball, destiny, by January 1, when the new tax act will take effect, you will see that it's a game changer.
Okay.
You understand? My story today that I think was on our papers was I call it stress tests.
All right.
For example, just stress test. What will be the pressure point of Nigeria in 2026? Just like this year, pressure point has been exchange rate, inflation. What are likely going to be the pressure points we are going to see? And I am looking at this from that tax direction. This tax issue will be a pressure point.
It will be a pressure point.
We will be able to get it right with this.
I agree with you. And thank you so much, Mohammed, for this very insightful unveiling. You give so much reveal. A lot of people are skeptical about this whole tax thing, and so
it's it
is ravaging everywhere.
Taiwo, fine. He's a friend of our house. He's a friend of ours here.
Okay.
The man was willing down to it to come and explain everything from there's anything called the barest of a layman to explain this is what is in it for you.
So you just understand.
The man was going everywhere. I'm sure you know him.
Yes,
it was virtually everywhere. In TV, in radio, in mosque, in churches. Everyone understand that this is what
give an insight.
Trying people to take money away from you. And some people are making it seem like Nigerians. When people
Nigerians will always be Nigerians. Yes, exactly.
Just stick to it. These opinionated people.
Nigerians are being realistic as well. So, but if it comes to them as a very realistic, appeal, everyone will be good. Trust
me. You know what I'm saying? I have to mention this. I was with somebody yesterday, and they were talking about this is about power. It's about power. I just want to give an example. And the guy was saying, yes, in Nigeria, we say that there are 3 value chain in power.
True.
The gem codes that generate, the transcodes, and then the distribute discodes. They said there should be a 4th value chain. And that is collections. Nigerians are not ready to pay. That's what we should be able to mention here.
All right.
People are not ready to pay for power.
Exactly.
And these people are in business as well.
True.
Of course, we know that. But collection should be another thing that we should put enforcement into. People bypass meter. Why do you want to bypass? A lot
of things are still happening in that sector, which is why they're not able to get the good results that they want.
Maybe collections, collectibles should be another hand. I'm just saying, at this other hand, and they were saying there is we are paying for darkness in Nigeria. What has that person? What was the last time you paid for?
What was the last
People
time?
are not ready to pay.
Nigeria, we need to do so much. Yes, orientation has to come in, in this regard. And I think we need to just understand those things before we take our conclusion. Having said that, now this is where on the tax issue, the partnership Nigeria is having with France that will commence in January. When we come back, we still have Mohammed here with us to divert into the Dangote issue. I believe Dangote wants the best for Nigerians. He wants to see things come easy. Things come easy. We'll speak to you on this after this break. Stay with us till Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
welcome back to Still Business Money in here on a Business Day television breakfast show. Now, very quickly moving on to our second conversation, talking about Dangote Refinery reduces petrol pump price and offers relief to Nigerians. Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector may be seeing its first major relief in months as the Dangote Petroleum Refinery announces a reduction in the ex-depot price of premium motor spirit, PMS, commonly known as petrol. Now, the move, which took effect immediately, is expected to ease pump prices nationwide, depending on distribution and retail margins. Industry analysts say the price adjustment reflects improved domestic refining capacity, reduced reliance on imports, and growing operational stability at Africa's largest refinery located in Lagos. The Dangote Refinery, which began phased fuel supply to the Nigerian market earlier this year, has been positioned as a key pillar of the federal government's strategy to cut foreign exchange pressure, reduce fuel import costs, and also stabilize local fuel prices. And now, reacting to the development, marketers say the reduction could translate into lower pump prices for consumers, provided logistics costs and exchange rate fluctuations remain stable. And energy experts also describe the move as a significant market signal. Joining us here as we still have you here,
thank you
Mr. Mohammed. Akonji, thank you so much. So now, quickly, because of time, we do not have so much time to actually give analysis on this, right? So now, what specifically informed Dangote's refinery decision to reduce the petrol price now? Of course. Market forces, or do you think it's a policy pressure?
Market forces. Maybe policy pressure will play a part, but we should. I mean, the news broke on Sunday, on Saturday. That at the gantry where you load the petrol, it's like a wholesale port. You were selling at 699 naira.
Okay.
To the retail, to the wholesalers.
Yeah.
Who would therefore take it to the pump to sell to us, and that at the pump it should be sold at the rate of 739 naira.
Yeah.
739, 740.
Okay.
In fact, some in my houses have adjusted the prices yesterday.
Oh wow.
Those will take effect from today. But this morning, if you have gone out, you will see there. Maybe at least you guys go out and you see that pump have been adjusted, especially by the major partners with Dangote, MRS, Adova, AP. Those have turned down their pumps to 739 naira now. So they are able to make their gains. But this is quite impressive, just like you said. About more than 27 naira, because it was slashed down from 828.
Yeah.
You understand now?
Oh wow.
99 naira. That's actually how you are able to slash the price.
Exactly.
So that is quite monumental. Of course, on the flip side, there have been issues about price war. That was deliberately doing that to kill off other businesses.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know if you have a question on that. We will talk about that. But Nigerians stand to be able to benefit from this.
Okay.
In fact, people, there was a vox pop. I mean, we were taking this morning, and you see people expressing their joy.
Yeah.
Now, Dangote mentioned it is the spirit of the season to allow people to actually be able to move and allow for ease of mobility. But at the same time, it is because it has been able to ramp up production. As you mentioned that. In Nigeria, every day, we consume about 15 million liters of petrol. That's what we consume.
Oh, wow.
That's about 1.5 billion every month. About 15 million. Even though the Jew is still out there, people are still saying, no, it's not true.
Yeah, I've been skeptical about it.
Skepticism. But according to NUPLC, they're saying 50 million liters. Okay. And Dangote is actually able to, can actually be able to meet all these targets.
Oh, wow.
He's able to supply 50 million liters on a daily basis.
That's kudos to him anyway.
Exactly.
All right.
Because at least, just like you said, it started the operations, the plant started operation this year with initially about 20 million liters.
And it can only get better.
It can only get better, and it's getting better now.
Exactly.
So I think that is what's actually happening.
Yeah.
And Nigerians actually be able to see that relief.
Yeah. No doubt. Nigerians were happy about it because a lot of people traveling this festivity, this Yuletide, will pay less. And I'm sure that it will be better come 2026. Yeah.
It's taking effect today. And we are even seeing that because it is going to be able to do that price war.
All right.
Others will have to be able to come in. To see
Dangote Refinery has not only stopped the queues at our first stations. It's also reducing the price after what happened when our new president took over by removing the subsidies. Yes, so there's a lot of great relief in that. Even though we've not gotten to where we want to be, we still see that there's hope at the end of the tunnel. Okay, so now very quickly, Nigerians have had price cuts, right? Promises, they've had those price cut promises before. But how sustainable is this reduction? Just like what we're saying, how sustainable is it? And so how long can consumers realistically expect relief?
Okay. So first, in 2025 alone, we have had like about this price adjustment purpose. This is like 20 something time, I'm not so sure. More than 20 times we have changed the price this year.
Okay, exactly.
Dangote has actually done zone 2 really hard. So, and that is what the market forces does.
Right.
It's actually tied to the apron string of what happened on the international market. And because of the international oil price, the price of oil has actually remained below $70. So it's expected to be able to feed in, we call it transmission effect. It feeds in into how much you buy petrol here.
Yeah.
Remember that petrol that we are talking about is a feedstock from crude oil.
From crude oil.
The crude oil prices have actually remained a bit low.
Okay.
You understand now?
Yeah.
So that's the same way it's going to be able to reflect here. If the price goes up again, it will be able to have a telling effect on us here.
Oh, okay.
So that may not be on the international level. A reduction in the barrel of crude oil prices is not good for the government because it means that the revenue will drop. But if falling the price of petrol here is a good thing for me and you.
Of course.
It allows us to actually be able to buy more of those.
Exactly.
So realistically, at the moment now we are enjoying it. And analysts and energy experts are actually of the view that we may not, at the time, there was a time in this world when the price of oil was about $120 per barrel.
Oh, wow.
We're talking about before Jonathan's time. Year 2010, 2011.
Per barrel.
That's what you sell per barrel. At the time, it became, to even cost $100 was a problem.
Wow.
Now, it is struggling around $70. The price is struggling. So I believe that that's our reality right now.
Yeah.
This will actually stay with us for a while. I want to believe that in the next first quarter of the year, we'll still be angling. Or sustainably, that's what I was able to mention.
Okay.
The price of petrol can never go below 500 for now. In fact, till next year.
All right.
In a long time, we're able to get to that level we wanted, but realistically, we'll still be.
I just wish we had so much time to to expand on this, right? But finally, what accountability measures are in place if this reduction fails to reflect at the pump or is reversed abruptly?
So. Remember that it's not the government that is fixing this.
Okay.
It's a private player in the space.
All right.
NNPC, we're expecting what they're going to do.
Yeah.
They're only still at 890 naira. That's the selling because this is just for Dangote and people are buying from him.
True.
That's true. The second thing I want to mention there is so Dangote, you can be able to expect some price modulations. That's what I mentioned about. But if you remember that on Sunday, Dangote was forced to call a press conference, laying a very weighty allegation against the secretary of NMDPR, Engineer Farouk Ahmed. In fact, if those things were true, because we are calling for the investigations to be done, the man has 4 kids.
Wow.
He's spending $5.3 million on them in Switzerland every year. There is secondary school in Switzerland.
Secondary school.
Not university, please note.
Oh my God.
You can imagine.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening.
$5.3 million. If from Sokoto State, people are struggling. In fact, I was say even himself, his own kids are.
If we just keep at this,
that's what. So that's why you feel like there is a need to sanitize the system to ensure that it will not just actually be reversed.
Exactly. I want to thank you so much, Mohammed Akanji, in-house analyst. You've been able to, give good analysis, especially to the tax reform that has to do with, France coming in to help with our tax laws and all, and also with, the price reduction of our pump price by the Dangote refinery to make festivity worth the while. I want to thank you so much. It was worth the while. Thank you for the great insights and the unveiling of a whole lot of truth, because Nigerians are a very realistic set of people.
My pleasure. That's why you want me to be here.
Of course, that's why. All right, so that's it for Business Money today, and I want to thank you for staying with us as we tracked the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I remain Destiny Momo. Stay tuned for more updates on our big story and join us again tomorrow for yet another edition of A Business Morning on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps, Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industry.
You are watching Business Day television.
Welcome to the big story of Business Day television breakfast show. I am Destiny Mama. Right about now, there is Nigeria's inflation rate is to 14.45% in November, which is the lowest we've seen in about 5 years. on the surface. That sounds like progress. But for many Nigerians, prices in the market haven't exactly calmed down. So what does this number really mean? And when should people expect to feel relief? And joining us now is Makta Mohammed. He's a financial analyst and CEO, Finance by Makta. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Great to have you on Big Story this morning. Okay, Big Story will go on a short break. When we come back, we'll be joined by our analyst to inform us what is making the rounds in that sector. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the Big Story on Business Day Television, a breakfast show. And before the break, we're joined by Makta Mohammed to give us insight about, what is making the round on the Big Story this morning. Good morning, Makta Mohammed.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So good to have you. And we want to wish you this Yuletide season. And thank you for still finding time to join us on Big Story during the Yuletide celebration. Now, very quickly, based on the topic, and in simple terms, right? What does this drop in inflation actually tell us?
Well, if you are sitting where I'm sitting, it tells me that government is working magic, and remind you of this Fela's song that says government magic. I think that's what I'm seeing from where I'm sitting. It's just the president said inflation will close the year at 15%, and today we are closing the year at 14%, and I think that means he has beat the president's projection. For me, I just think it's all about rebasing. I keep saying it depends on where you are. If you look at this inflation, year-to-year inflation, you realize that it is low based on year-to-year. Remember, we're doing over 30-something%. because of the rebasing, we saw the inflationary figure came down. And so if you looked at year to year, you realize that the inflation has really come down drastically. But if you look at month to month, you realize that that challenge is still there. And if you look at food inflation, which is one of the key driver inflation in Nigeria, realize that food inflation is still there. So what we're saying is what we'd say in economic term is what is the real inflation or the market-driven inflation. What we are seeing is the microeconomic inflation, but the market inflation is still there, which has to do with food and other essentials commodities for the ordinary Nigerian. So that's why we tell the ordinary Nigerian that inflation has come down to about 14 point something %. And the ordinary Nigerian will look at you and say, the cost of food has not come down. The cost of accommodation has not come down. The cost of transportation has not come down. The cost of health has not come down. So how is this affecting my life? So that is where we are.
Inflation is easing, right? Why do prices still feel high? You just said that. You just said that everything has not really come down. So why is it that way? So what's doing the heavy lifting here? Food prices, policy moves, or something else?
Food and beverages. If you look at the numbers from this inflation, you realize that everything that affects the average Nigeria is still inflationary. It's very, very high in terms of inflation. You look at food and beverages, you look at accommodation, you look at transportation, you look at restaurants, you look at health, you look at also at education. Even if you look at all these variables, those are what really drive the ordinary Nigerian. Housing. If you're in Lagos, I mean, you know what the rent is now for a 2-bedroom flat, even for a one self-contained, even if face me and face you, it's almost getting to ₦1 million in a year compared to the 300 or 200 and 350 that it used to be. So when you look at all the variables that are really driving inflation, you realize that those inflationary pressures are still there. So the other Nigeria cannot feel anything. So it's just a policy-driven inflation, and this is largely driven by the rebasing that we have done. I'm surprised that the government is celebrating it, saying that they have brought inflation to 14%. But let's look at the key drivers of inflation. Let's look at what touched the ordinary Nigeria. Has there really any impact on them? I don't think so, because like I said, look at that data, month-to-month inflation is still very high. But when you look to year, and like I said, those year-to-year was largely driven because of rebasing. So it's I think, let me use that your word, policy-driven. In terms of policy, inflation is coming down. But in terms of the ordinary Nigerian, inflation is still high, especially for those essential commodities that affect the ordinary Nigerian. Transportation, health, education, housing. These are food, non-alcoholic beverages. I mean, it's shocking. These are the key drivers of inflation. And these non-alcoholic beverages, is largely driven by fiscal policy decision to tax non-alcoholic products. So it's just it's like I said, it's government magic.
So, how much of these change is actually economic reality, and how much is about measurements?
Measurements, you can see when you look at measurements, you realize that the price is high. Measurements year to year tells you the price is low. Measurement month to month tells you the price is low. Reality, the price is still very high. Food, non-alcoholic beverages, transportation, healthcare, housing, restaurants. These are where ordinary Nigerians go to. The mama puts on the streets. It's not the big restaurants. Cost of all these products are still high. So that is the reality. But in terms of measuring year to year, then you can celebrate all you want.
Small businesses and even borrowing borrowing costs. What does it mean for small businesses and borrowing costs?
Well, rate has been cut. A lot of people expected that if reality, you see inflation is coming down, they expected the CBN to have cut rate in the last monetary committee meeting. And I remember telling them in one of the programs, I said, I don't think they will cut rates because the reality, the risk is still there. So a short-term risk is still there. So definitely, I don't see them cutting rates. Consequently, cutting the rates. No, I said I didn't say it happening, and actually that's what happened because reality is facing the CBN, so they couldn't cut rate to bring down the cost of funding, and a smaller business will be able to borrow. So definitely, that tells you that it's not reality on ground is not tallying with what they think should be the reality. Ordinarily, when you have inflation comes down, you have a rate cut, then cost of funding will come down. And once you cut rate, the stock market will respond with positivity, especially sector that has to do with loan. That means a lot of companies will be able to collect loan and they will be able to pay and also be able to pay existing loan. But you can see that since the CBN Monetary Committee meets, the stock market have lost so much also. So that tells you that the policy in terms of this MBS policy is not intended with reality that is on ground. That's just it. In terms of measurement, okay, but in terms of reality, we are far from it.
Now, does this actually strengthen the case for lower interest rates? Does it strengthen it?
If it's the reality, it's of course it does. But when you're talking about policy, largely driven by rebasing, then it doesn't call for low exchange rates. You know, I said it that rebasing in itself is not a tool to bring down inflation. Rebasing in itself is helping the government to price in new variables that were not taken into consideration the last time they did the rebasing. So what it means is that 10 foreign investors so there's a new area that I would think if you invest, you make a good return. And this is the area. And so we are bringing up that here so to attract investors and then create job and also, like our own case, bring in the needed effects to stabilize our currency. But when you look at that as a tool to bringing down inflation, it's in the short term. It looks like if inflation is coming down, but in reality, like what we have seen to month basis, it has not come down. Year to year is coming down, month to month is not coming down. I wish year to year is a little bit still high, month to month is coming down, then it will have impacts on the life of the ordinary Nigeria. So definitely, I don't see those cuts coming in. Remember again, in 2026 is an election year. There'll be a lot of liquidity in the system. So the CBN will also have to look at that to see whether they want to maintain rates or continue to cut rates.
But then again, who benefits first if rates eventually come down? Who are the first to benefit if rates eventually come down?
Yeah, the smaller businesses will benefit first when rate comes down. Who else? That means my cost of funding is low. Then I'll be able to expand. I'll be able to create more jobs. I'll be able to employ more Nigerians. Then I should benefit first. But again, it's not looking like that. But with cut rates, remember before the last meeting, the CBN cut rates, do you see the impact ordinarily? Of course not. And this inflationary figure is really telling you that we are still dealing with a lot of issues, especially month-to-month issues. That spike is still there. No matter how marginal it is. Look at rural inflation. Rural inflation is about 15%. Rural inflation. And year to year, rural inflation is about 23% compared to urban inflation about 20%. So you need to look at it. That is the rural area, which is supposed to be that those days you run to your village because you say you get food to eat, cost of living, they produce their own. But you know, some of them cannot even produce now because they cannot even go to the farm. So those are things that you look and you say as a government, what should we be doing? Than celebrating that the inflation has come down year to year.
Could push inflation back up?
Festivity periods, demands are very high. So we're already going to see inflation goes up in December because of the festivity period. Cost of transportation has gone up. Whether you are going by road or going by air, it's very high. Also, we thought we have seen a reduction in the exchange rates. We're thinking the exchange rate will finish the year at 1,300. We are struggling to finish the year at 1,500. So all these are challenges that we need to deal with. So if you look at that by and by where I am now, I can tell you that this tendency that inflation will still have a big challenge there. It's still there. So like I've talked about festivity, I've talked about exchange rate, demand and supply and all that. Despite the reduction in fuel price by Dangote, definitely you will not see that impact in the reduction of transportation. But for you that have cars, private car owners, you could see your cost of transportation come down because you are paying less now for more liters of petroleum. But for the ordinary Nigerian that takes public transport, the cost might even go up. If those that are going to the east, those that are going for Christmas festivity anywhere, they will be having those challenges of costs because again, demand is high, supply is low, so cost will naturally be high. So the impact will be felt for those that have private cars, but the generality of Nigerians will still be struggling with transport costs. So definitely, you won't see so much impact on this.
What should government focus on next so it can turn this into real relief?
I think what we should focus more on is policy. They should drive down policy. They should look at their policy, one, then they should begin to intervene. Why is rural inflation high? It's because the farmer cannot go to farm because of insecurity. How can we improve security so that they can start going to farm? That's what they should be looking at. Also, cost of transportation. We've talked about the CNG buses, the CNG trucks. We have not seen them. These 2 years, going to the third year into this administration, we have not seen it, even despite the promise to start. So all these are things, policy that the government should have. They should also look at ways of intervening in the terms of cost of funding, despite the low interest rate, like it was the cutting rate. Cost of funding is still high for the private sector. And so all these are what the government should look at because that will drive down costs. The key driver of inflation in Nigeria is FX. And then food. How do you address that? You come up with policy that will attract foreign portfolio investors and foreign direct investors. You don't come up with policy like capital gain tax that is going to drive investors out of your economy. You have to look at policies that will attract them into your economy. You have to think of food security by making sure you provide security so that farmers can be able to go to farm. The food basket of the nation, you could see those numbers month to month. Realize where inflation is lower and where inflation is higher. You are shocked because some of these places used to be where we have the lower inflation because they could feed themselves, but now they cannot go to farm again. It's still like Benue State because of the insecurity or the farmers in that crisis. So the government needs to do a lot in terms of security so that we can see rural inflation come down, and that will translate to urban inflation coming down too.
With the facility ongoing and everywhere so much plans for citizens, what would be your advice at this time to the Nigerian citizen and to the government also to aid an enabling environment for everyone?
Nigerian citizens, you have to know that since I was born, I've always had Christmas time, I always challenging time, cut your coat according to your size. I think now you have to.
It's still a big story. The Business Day television breakfast show. We'll call it a day.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for
industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hi, welcome back to a Business Day Television breakfast show. You're watching the social listening segment on the show. I am Destiny Momo, and here with me is
most definitely
Onyeka Valentine. So good to have you again once again on our social listening segment as always. Now let's get into the conversations as Nigerians are reacting to today. Right. Now, the Lagos state government is proposing a new tenancy law that is already getting landlords and even tenants talking online. Now, the Lagos State Tenancy and Recovery of Premises Bill 2025 makes it a criminal offense for landlords to evict tenants without a court order. Now, under the proposed law, landlords must go through the courts before asking anyone to leave a property. Actions like locking tenants out, cutting off electricity or water, removing roofs, or using threats will attract serious punishment. The bill proposes a fine of at least 1 million naira, up to 6 months in prison or both. Now, the government says the goal is to stop self-help evictions and protect tenants from abuse while still allowing landlords recover their properties legally. Wow. Now, before we see tweets to this effect, now this is a very good deal, right, coming from the Lagos state government, right, because a lot of back and forth, people throwing people out on the streets, you know, putting people out there. It's not really telling well, but also some tenants are actually not helping the situation, if you ask me.
I mean, truth be
Right.
told, so this thing is a double-edged sword, right? What I mean by this is simple. Before now,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
it is a known case that you have some unruly landlords or landladies due to the fact that once you have a property, you feel as if the whole world, you know, revolves around you.
Yeah.
Again, it is not necessarily a status thing, it is a person, you know, issue.
Yeah.
Same also goes with tenants too. Some tenants will be very, very unruly. In
Yeah.
fact, so annoying that they can push you overboard. However, it's good that every other person, anyone who is on both ends, whether the tenancy, whether you are a tenant or the landlord, you know, you operate within some form of decorum. But having said so, for the court to now, or rather for the Lagos government to now make it a punishable offense, where there is some level of jail term or you know, equivalent of cash, it's a welcome idea to be able to regulate this issue so that no landlord would think that he or she is the ultimate say and then push people on the streets because the property belongs to you. But having said so, again, this should also give tenants opportunity to begin to now think, okay, they can misbehave, and after all, it will end up in court. Don't forget very quickly too, if a tenant is also found wanting some certain ways, the landlord also reserves the right to also sue the tenant to court too. Now, what this means really, why am I saying so? I'm not saying it because I'm a landlord, even though I am a landlord, but then again, you know, you can't take your property everywhere around the world.
Yeah.
At some point, if you're relocating, you end up being a tenant somewhere too.
Yeah.
You know, what I'm saying, in essence, is it has to do with the individual.
Yeah.
Right? I've been a tenant. I've also been a landlord too. Right? I'm a landlord. I'm also a tenant too. Meaning to say is that I can't take my property where I have it here in Lagos to Bielsa, for instance. I have to go there. If I have a project I'm handling in Bielsa, or I have some long-term engagement, I have to rent a home there,
Trust
right?
me,
So I don't have to pay hotels. However, having said so, I think it has to do with the individual. It would be very, very unfair to want to treat your tenants the way you know you don't want to be treated.
You want to treat it,
right?
yeah.
If a tenant is found wanting, either lacking behind on rent, or is not paying water bill or utility bill, as the case may be, or is attracting a lot of suspicion based on friends, because these are the major triggers for landlords.
True.
One, constitute nuisance in the compound. if you live with your tenant, which I always advise as a landlord, don't live with your tenants, you know. But again, that's one. Two, of course, misuse of the property. Right? Trying to redesign the property without the prior notice of the landlord. These are things that always bring issues. And then, of course, the major one, which is not meeting up rent on time. We know the economy is tight. We know running the country as a whole.
And some of these landlords, that is just their sole means of livelihood. So it's actually not easy for them.
Not easy. So, but at the end of the day, now, I'm making a case for the landlord and the tenants now. So I make for the landlord now, too. And the other points, but just to make it short. Then for the tenants, really, it's not also easy for tenants too, because like I said, I've been a tenant, I'm also a landlord, so I know. On both ends, you come short at the stake. It all depends on where you're holding. As a tenant, if you are earning, say, X amount of money, right? And all of a sudden something happens at work, and so you no longer earn as much as you can, or maybe even lose your means of livelihood, automatically you begin to have high blood pressure. You're thinking, how are you going to meet your
How are you going to meet it?
It's not the business of the landlord, really. But as a human being, you ask yourself a question.
But that has actually been abused. I think we should see tweets to this effect. That has been abused by a Nigerian, both landlords and tenants. So I think we should see tweets to this effect. All right, then from Poker says the tenant protection sounds good, but slow cuts could make these unworkable. Without efficient enforcement, landlords and tenants may both end up stuck in prolonged disputes.
Definitely.
Oh. Okay. And from Omar Ogun says that this is a good development. Landlords should not see themselves as alpha and omega who can decide the fates of tenants at will. Both landlords and tenants should deal with themselves accordingly, according to the dictates of the law. Landlords should not abrogate to themselves powers that the law has not conferred on them. Whoa. Well, this is sounding a bit interesting. Well, and Enoch says that as we look to protect tenants, and understandably so, the landlord should also be protected from overbearing and badly behaved tenants too. The courts for landlord-tenant disputes should have clearly defined timelines for how long cases can last.
I think this person is very
more realistic.
This person has more closer approach to what's really going on.
Yeah.
Because I tell you, as much as this particular law kind of favors the tenant, landlords also need to be protected.
Yeah.
There are some very soft-spoken landlords who have been taken advantage, who have been taken, who have been taken for granted.
They're taken for granted by tenants.
And so because of this thing, tenants say, my landlord is a soft
I bet. You just treat them the way you like.
And so they have the money to pay, but they are saying, why should I pay? After all, the roof is leaking. The landlord didn't spoil the roof.
No,
it's just nature that happened.
Exactly.
Why should I pay after the door is falling off?
And a lot of tenants do not like working on the properties they find themselves.
And they're the ones that have been using it.
Yes, the landlords to come fix a broken door by them.
I'll give you an example.
A broken water system by them, and all of that. Well, let's just see the last tweet to this effect so we can move into the next topic very quickly. I think the Niger Budget Bro says, and maybe now tenants can sleep without worrying about someone cutting their light or removing their roof midweek. It happens. Yeah, it's one-sided, but I'm sure he's talking from experience. Now, it's actually a good thing to actually see that this is going to be happening very soon. Yeah. So now moving on. Now, in the health sector, Nigerians are reacting to news that the country has successfully carried out its first robotic surgery. Right. Now, the procedure was performed at a private hospital in Abuja using a robotic surgery platform called Tomai, meaning hope of life. Health Minister Professor Ali Pate described the development as a major breakthrough, saying it shows Nigeria can adopt advanced medical technology. And medical experts are saying that robotic surgery allows doctors to operate with higher precision, smaller cuts, less pain, and even quicker recovery for patients. Oh wow! So there's a new trend in the medical line. Before we see tweets, I agree that this whole thing is. When we hear robotic, it shows artificial intelligence is actually also coming into the medical field. What do you think? How do you differentiate these from what we're actually saying?
So, I mean, it's good that it's now we are mentioning this thing, and then it's no longer a far cry from the future. Rather, it's not something that's going on within us. It is good to also see that in our own time, Nigeria can be ascendant. Nigeria can also be part of the growing technological influence
know-how
of the world, and then we are part of it. Now, again, people at home will be asking this question. Please, can you tell us, right, if the common man can afford it?
Yeah.
That is where we will now say, can the government step in?
Yeah.
Be able to now say, in the curriculum based on medical school, based on those who study medicine, can we have this being infused in? Can they make available a lot of other, tech gadgets that can help, undergraduates studying medicine?
Exactly.
Begin to train in that angle.
Begin to train in that
angle. And when they do their housemanship, can we also see that robotics is something that they're also exposed to, so they can begin to learn how to use it? However, I haven't said so. There are big fears.
There are big fears.
And the fears will be, in the future, will robotics take over, real doctors? Of course not.
Of course not. We always need the real doctors. There are limitations. We can't just think that this robotics can actually, do so much. The emotional givings. There are a lot of things that human doctors can do that robotics cannot even come close to. I think before we even give more thoughts on this, we should see tweets to this effect. Now from Queen J01 says that impressive progress. Robotic surgeries in Nigeria hospitals show how far healthcare is advancing. Wow. And Alkani said Nigerian government spends money on irrelevant health projects like robotic surgeries, when more than 80% of the population don't have access to basic medical facilities to treat simple sickness like malaria. Nigeria is among the top countries with high maternal mortality rate.
This person spoke from an
angle, yes. Reality.
Now, I like what he has said there. What does this mean? It means that if we're looking at investing and making sure that robotics, and by the way, when they say robotics, it's not just left for robots to do. No. Actually, there are human beings behind it, right? Pushing those buttons and the incisions and the cuts are very precise, right? But that aside,
but they're also defined. That's why people prefer it. But
but that aside, Now, what this guy has said and how this adds a lot of value is this: it simply means, look, while we are busy looking ahead, right, trying to get some super beautiful fruits ahead, can we start with the low-hanging fruits?
Yeah.
And what that
how do we take care of our normal health center?
I tell you, without even thinking twice, I don't have to be a medical doctor because I'm not. We are broadcasters, we are journalists. So let us approach it the way it should be, which is one. Let's ask these questions. Our health minister, as we are celebrating the robotic surgery, can we also say, can we celebrate 5 or 10 more medical centers in rural areas?
Exactly.
Can we have quick
that are well equipped?
Do you understand? And
that are reducing the rate of mortality.
And there's something else I was looking out for. The idea of someone has an emergency, you go to the hospital and say, go and get a police report. Can we remove that? Treat the person.
I think that has been taken off by the president, and I believe that it has taken effect. It's not just by making the laws. Has it taken effect? That's the point. Has it taken effect? Exactly.
So with all this now, we could have dealt with
because lives will be saved. A lot of lives will be saved. I have a friend that lost her husband because of the same.
This is the banger now.
Yeah.
This is the biggest one now.
Yeah.
Can we start paying doctors very well?
So we don't even have to consider strike.
Exactly. Once we do that, I tell you, more doctors will be willing to come back to Nigeria and raise the idea of brain drain or the idea of Japan and say, we are bringing what we have learned abroad back home to treat more than 200 million Nigerians who might fall sick. Don't say God forbid. sickness can come at any time.
Now we're also happy about the fact that most of our doctors were able to grace the Western world to see what's happening there, and also still learn what is happening there and still bring it home. And that's the jackpot syndrome as well. We hear that it is also recommended by the top medical people that say that it is good that these people have gone there to get these experiences and they're bringing it back home as well. A lot of them could consider that, but then again, if they can pay them as expatriates.
If they can pay them
as expatriates. Now, also trending on social media is the Federal Road Safety Corps announcing plans to prosecute popular TikTok streamer Pella over a car crash that happened in Lagos, Nigeria. Now, according to the FRSC, Pella was driving while distracted and using his phone when he crashed his car along the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway. Reports say the incident followed an emotional dispute with his partner, Jarvis, and parts of the live video showed him visibly distressed before the crash. Now, the FRSC says fame does not put anyone above the law and has warned influencers and celebrities against using public roads to create content. This is actually something that is very, very important, right? Now, before we see the tweets, right, we know the young man here is actually a streamer, right? And a lot of people know him for what he does, right? But then again, using the roads and then having a crash like this that can endanger both his life and someone else's life, he shouldn't be encouraged at all.
But for what is worth, first and foremost, whether you are a social media influencer or you are, some celebrity or not, it is 100% a no-no.
Yeah.
To hold your phone while you're driving. Anything can go wrong when you don't have your phone with you, let alone when you engage your hand with the phone. Having said so, I give kudos to, the FRS for weighing into the matter.
Exactly.
Now, let's now come with the hard knock, which is very important.
Yeah.
Can we also see that the FRS will also call their men to order? Because I don't understand it when they've left issues where their personnel will stand on very bad junctions on the road, right, just to stop vehicles, as if there's a trap to set for them, rather than cautionary measure.
Exactly.
We see this is every now and then, and this goes out to the controller if he's watching.
Exactly.
We know for a fact that most of the personnel, right, they are happy enough to wait to see you falter, and then they catch you instead of coming to do
give you the correction, the corrective measures that will avoid, further accidents.
There are a lot of roads that are one way, but you don't even know. On straight and different areas.
Yeah.
There are other documents that I expect the FIRS to work hand in hand with NOA to enlighten the public, right? NOA, I mean National Orientation Agency, who are the ones responsible for enlightening the public in different languages and different, media breakdown.
Okay.
You say, look, these are the updates with FIRS. This, that. Keep enlightening the public so that people who don't know some certain things.
But I hope you're not trying to confuse the FIFC with the LASMA.
No. LASMA is different.
Because the LASMA people are the ones I see on those one-way flying roads to actually do what you just described.
I can tell you. So yes, they are doing a great job. But
they are all trying.
As they are also looking towards, or rather, trying to prosecute this young fellow, which I think what he did was wrong, actually, right? Because he not only endangered his life, he also endangered the lives
of someone else,
of other road users.
Yes,
and also
pedestrians.
Can we also be able to say, look, those other people who are on the road, who are actually your men, that are not doing well, can we also give them right orientation for them to behave properly? I have seen where a motorist and the owner of a vehicle fights with a road safety personnel over what? Over the fact that he was stopped abruptly. He was stopped, without expecting.
Yeah. When this road safety thing started, I want to say that I'm proud to be a member. I was a serving corps member, and my CDS was with the road safety. I was happy doing the job that they do, correcting people on the road, especially the bike men without a helmet, the people driving without a seatbelt. Their job entails a lot, so they shouldn't digress from what they are supposed to be doing and even checking out for cars that, especially you see all these trailers that do not have good tires, dwindling and all of that one, bringing so much unsafety to our roads. I think we should see tweets to this effect because of time. All right. From Chris Downer says that cloud chasing behind the wheel is a death sentence waiting to happen. Pella just turned a car into a live streaming hazard. The FRC is right. No follower count or TikTok trend is worth a human life. Celebrities influence millions. Let's make that influence life-saving, not life-threatening. Wow, this is a good point from Mr. Caller of God said he really needs to face the law for endangering lives on the road and trying to play on everybody's intelligence. Whoa. And from Joe Milley says that it's already obvious that his action will come with lots of consequences. The FRC will use him as a scapegoat to teach others a lesson. And he said, I'm so disappointed in Pella, and he will have to go through the consequences on top of the heartbreak. Whoa, whatever that is. And from Ebenezer Akinrin says, hopefully this stunt doesn't turn around to become an ambassadorial appointment for him. And this is Nigeria, where anyhowness is often rewarded and applauded. Whoa.
On the contrary, I think this is going to be hard, pill for him to swallow.
Exactly.
Knowing that most people who do business with him will like, wait a minute, if you can be this unstable because of a breakup, then what happens if truly, you have other guidance around you?
Exactly.
Right? I mean, you can't. So we cannot trust you. Remember
to keep the brand going.
Yeah, so don't forget, relationship is for those who are very matured. I keep saying it.
Yeah.
If you're not matured to handle either a new development in your relationship, then why get into the first place?
Get into it?
Now I'm not meddling to his issue with him and his girlfriend. But I'm saying, look, there's a lesson to be learned. And this goes out to other influencers and other people who are in the media space too. Whether you are an influencer or you have a phone or whatever it is that you do, stay away from driving and using your phone at the same time. If you want to use your phone, don't drive. If you must drive, don't use your phone.
Don't use your phone.
Kudos to the FRSC for stepping to say, look, we do not
condone
this kind of behavior.
Exactly.
Apart from endangering yourself, what about other road users? However, having said this, can we, like I said before, can we have a short breakdown, documentary, and other visual exposés that will enable the FRS, right?
Because what they're doing is supposed to
become far more effective.
Exactly. Their role is very important. We know that yes, accidents have reduced on the road because of their influence, but they could still do more. A lot of recklessness is on the road. Yes, a lot of recklessness is still on the road, and because of the drug use of the young youth and that ply the road as well, all those things are supposed to be put in check as well, because they have so much to do. A lot of people use cars, a lot of road users, different moods, some are depressed, some, a lot of things happen on the road, trust me, and they are there to actually make the difference, bring the safety. So I understand when you say they should bring a lot of precautionary measures, bring a lot of reorientation to people, especially in this festive period. A lot of things are happening, a lot of movements are taking place. So this is their period, if you ask me, that they should come in and actually make the difference. Well, that's all we have our social listening today. We actually tracked reactions of to Lagos proposed tenancy law, Nigeria's first robotic surgery success, and even the FRSC's move against TikTok influencer over reckless driving. And I am Destiny Momo, and with me on social listening today is Onyeka Valentine. Well, so now join us again next time on Business Day Television for yet another interesting social listening segment. And from our breakfast show, we have yet another interesting segment for you, same time tomorrow. Thank you for staying by and catching everything we had for you today. Have a great day.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
PCB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the key business stories shaping today's headlines. Naira rebounds despite 15.2% drop in weekly FX inflows. Federation account inflows 23.06 trillion naira in 10 months. Relief for motorists as Dangote petrol sell at 739 naira per litre in Lagos. Export containers at Nigerian ports surged tenfold as cargo hit 33.5 million tons in the third quarter of 2025. Nigeria clinches $1 billion fund to boost maritime startups. Now let's begin with news in Nigeria, where the Naira on Monday extended its rebound in the official foreign exchange market, despite a 15.2% decline in weekly foreign exchange inflows. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the Naira appreciated by 0.2%, with the dollar quoted at 1,451.8 Naira on Monday, compared with 1,454.4 Naira at the close of trading on Friday. In the parallel market, the Naira closed at 1,483 Naira to the dollar, the same rate at which it ended trading on Tuesday of the previous week. Foreign exchange inflows through the Nigerian foreign exchange market declined to $716.3 from $844.7 million in the preceding week, according to a report by the Coronation Marshall Bank Research Department. The report showed that foreign portfolio investors accounted for the largest shares of inflows at 32.98%, followed by exporters at 30.84%. Gross foreign reserves improved during the period, rising by 0.71% week on week to $45.43 billion from $45.11 billion in the previous week, providing some support from the local currency. As a result of this movement, the spread between the official and parallel market rate narrowed to 30.59 Naira per dollar from 44.57 Naira per dollar recorded in the previous week, indicating a reduced gap between both markets. Moving on, The Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission has said inflows into the Federation account rose to 23.06 trillion naira in the first 10 months of 2025, attributing the increase to fiscal reforms, stronger audits, and improved coordination among revenue agencies. The chairman of the commission, Mohamed Shehu, disclosed this on Monday in Abuja while delivering his keynote address at a two-day national stakeholders discourse on enhancing fiscal efficiency and revenue growth under the Nigerian Tax Act 2025. Shehu said the 10-month accrual into the Federation account in the period January to October 2025 was 23.05 trillion naira, only describing the figures as evidence of growing fiscal discipline and improved revenue mobilization. According to him, the surge in inflows marked a steady improvement over previous years, with total gross accruals standing at 11.93 trillion naira in 2023 and 21.43 trillion naira in 2024. He explained that the growth was driven by fiscal reforms, tracking and coordination among revenue agencies, stronger audits, and digital tracking, noting that the measures had expanded the revenue pool available for distribution to the federal, state, and local governments. In a welcome development, motorists in Nigeria's commercial hub are getting immediate relief at the pump after petrol produced by Dangote Petroleum Refinery began selling for as low as 739 naira a litre, following the sharp price cut announced by Aliko Dangote. Filling stations operated by MRS Oil Nigeria PLC, the refinery's lead off-taker, on Monday reduced the pump price of premium motor spirits in Lagos to 739 naira per litre from about 885 naira less than 24 hours after Dangote flagged an imminent reduction. The move comes amid mounting pressure on households and businesses grappling with elevated fuel and transport costs. Speaking at a press briefing in Lagos on Sunday, Dangote said petrol prices would fall to no more than 740 naira per litre from Tuesday, starting in Lagos, with MRS, which operates more than 2,000 stations nationwide, leading the rollout. The billionaire industrialist said the refinery has also cut its minimum purchase requirement to 500,000 litres from 2 million litres, a step aimed at broadening access for more marketers, including members of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria. Dangote framed the reduction as evidence of the benefit of domestic refining, arguing that Nigerians should no longer be exposed to the volatility and cost of imported fuel. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Port Authority has reported that export-laden containers surged 1,000% in the third quarter of 2025 as total cargo throughout climbed to 33.52 million metric tons. The authority's data released on Monday indicates a significant rise in trade activities, with export reaching 69,020 foot equivalent units from 5,812 a year earlier, and import up to 33.1% to 268,000, reflecting a 90% increase in containers traffic. According to the report, overall cargo handled at Nigerian's port grew 16.2% from 28.84 million tons in the third quarter of 2024. Port level data showed Tin Can Island and Apapa Port accounted for the largest share of vessel calls, while Lekki Port handled the largest ships and led cargo throughput growth, contributing 46.8% of total third quarter cargo. Abubakar, managing director of the Nigerian Port Authority, attributed the performance to export-focused government reforms, improved investors' confidence, port modernization, and digital systems that reduce bottlenecks and turnaround times. Also, Nigeria has secured a $1 billion innovation fund to support startups operating in the maritime and blue energy economic sector as the country intensifies efforts to diversify its economy away from oil. The Chief Executive Officer of the Maritime Innovation Hub, Ronke Kosoko, disclosed this at a media party in Abuja on Monday, organized in collaboration with the Ministry of Maritime and Blue Economy. The event was attended by the Special Advisor to the President on Social Media, Olusegun Dada, alongside representatives of the National Inland Waterways Authorities, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agencies, the Nigerian Shippers Council, and other ministries and agencies. Kosoko said the fund will be officially unveiled at the Blue Economy Investment Summit scheduled for March 9th to 11th, 2026 in Lagos. She added that international financiers are expected to meet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, during the summit. According to her, the $1 billion fund builds on Nigerians' earlier success in securing a $100 million trading bid for capacity development in the maritime sector. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the
compliance rules. We did. You didn't start up to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start up to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start up to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start up to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start up to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on the Business Day television. Moving on, the House of Representatives Public Accounts Committee on Monday summoned the management of Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, Benin Electricity Distribution Company, and Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company over their failure to remit more than 100 billion naira owed to the federal government. At a public hearing in Abuja, the committee issued a 72-hour ultimatum to the 3 electricity distribution companies to appear before it or face sanctions for what it describes as persistent disregard for legislative summons. The summons is part of a broader investigation launched by the Public Accounts Committee on August 20th, 2025, when 11 electricity distribution companies were invited to account for a cumulative debt of 2.6 trillion naira owed to the federal account. While several of these affected companies have either appeared before the committee or engaged with the process, the management of IBEDC, BEDC, and PHEDC have repeatedly failed to honor invitations prompting the committee's latest action. Members of the committee described the conduct of the 3 discos as deliberate act of the legislative contempt and warning that stiff sanctions will be imposed if they fail to appear before the committee on Thursday, December 18, 2025. The committee stressed that failure to comply with legislative summons would attract penalties as provided by law, underscoring the House of Representatives' resolve to enforce transparency and accountability in the management of public funds. Still on, Nigerians' sweeping tax overhaul will leave Africa's most populous economy with the lowest value-added tax rate among its key regional peers, while expressing an easy pressure on household budgets for essentials such as food, healthcare, and transport from 2026, according to Taiwo Yedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee. Speaking Monday in Abuja at the National Stakeholders Discourse hosted by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Oyedele said the Tax Act 2025 is designed to make the system fairer, simpler, and more growth-friendly, countering perceptions that the government is piling new levies on citizens. Instead, the reforms combine lower rates, exemptions, and repels with tighter administration and broader compliance, he emphasized. Under the new law, which take effect January 1st, 2026, Nigerians' VAT rate will remain at 7.5% below Kenya's 16% and Ghana and South Africa 15%, while the top personal income tax rate is capped at 25% compared with 35% in Kenya and Ghana and as high as 45% in South Africa. The tax law also imposed zero tax on airtime, same as in South Africa, compared with 15% in Kenya and 5% in Ghana. Small companies would face zero corporate tax rates, also same as South Africa, as against 3% of turnover in Kenya and Ghana. The reforms also target everyday spending that dominates household budgets. From January 1st, 2026, food and basic consumables will be zero rated for VAT, while healthcare services, medicine, education services, and passengers road transport will be VAT exempted. Beyond household, the reforms seek to overhaul business transaction by eliminating minimum tax on capital, harmonizing dozens of levies, and simplifying returns. In another development, the Nigerian Content Development and Monetary Board disclosed that local content intervention funds have enabled 132 Nigerian companies to access 51.7 billion naira, $359.6 million, supporting increased indigenous participation in the country's oil and gas sector. The funding, designed to strengthen the capacity of Nigerian firms, includes the $350 million Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, the $50 million Working Capital Fund, which is supported by Nezim Bank, and the Women in Oil and Gas Fund. Fresh data released by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board on Monday showed that 3 manufacturing firms received 7.56 billion naira, 38 companies secured 22.1 billion naira, and $205.6 million for asset acquisition. 10 firms obtained 2.2 billion naira and $24.7 million to finance contracts, while 25 companies benefited from 15.9 billion naira and $115.9 million from loan refinancing. Speaking at a media stakeholder workshop in Abuja, the NCDMB Director of Corporate Services, Abdulmalik Alilu, said the funding has significantly increased local participation in the sector, rising from 44% 3 years ago to 61% this year. The NCDMB has encouraged large-scale indigenous investment, creating infrastructure that will support future projects and reduce dependence on foreign capacity. In other news, the emergence of state-owned airlines across several Nigerian states is reshaping competition on secondary routes long dominated by one or two carriers, leading to fare reductions and expanding travel options for passengers. The new competition has led to lower ticket prices, wider consumer choice, stimulation of previously suppressed travel demand, and the creation of employment opportunities within the aviation value chain. The Akwa Ibom government pioneered this initiative with the launch of Ibom Air, achieving notable milestones such as substantial fare reductions on the Lagos to Akwa Ibom corridor, the upgrading of Akwa Ibom Airport, and the commencement of a state-of-the-art maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The catalyst prompted neighboring Cross River State to establish Kali Air in July 2021, and within a year, Enugu, Ogun, and Ebonyi states followed suit with their aviation venture. Most recently, Bayelsa State commenced commercial operations with its inaugural state-owned aircraft, further intensifying the competitive landscape. While critics argue that state funds might be better allocated to infrastructures and public services, proponents contend that these airlines have dismantled monopolistic practices on secondary airports, resulting in lower fares and enhanced service quality. And now, to wrap up the business news segment, Elon Musk has become the first individual in history to cross the $600 billion worth threshold, with an estimated net worth of $677 billion as of 12 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Monday, according to Forbes reports. The milestone reflects a sharp rise in its worth, largely driven by the soaring valuation of its private company, SpaceX. The increase followed a tender offer by SpaceX earlier this month, which valued the company at $800 billion, up from $400 billion in August. Musk owns an estimated 42% stake in SpaceX, and the higher valuation alone added approximately $168 billion to his fortune. Forbes estimates that Musk's $336 billion stake in SpaceX is his most valuable asset, surpassing his 12% stake in Tesla, which is worth about $197 billion. With an estimated $425 billion led over the world's second richest person, Google co-founder Larry Page, Musk is closer to reaching $700 billion rather than losing his spate and the world's richest individual, the report emphasized. And this is much we can take this morning on the Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I am Glory Brown. Stay tuned to the Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
and welcome to Startup Spotlight here on bdtv, where bold founders and brilliant ideas takes the center stage. On this show, we shine the light on game changers and entrepreneurs shaping the future of business and innovation in Nigeria and beyond. Imagine living in a community where the nearest doctor is hours away and a simple health concern can quickly turn into a life-threatening emergency. For millions across Nigeria and beyond, this isn't just a story, it's their daily reality. But what if I told you that a bold idea is changing that narrative? An innovative startup has stepped in with a mission to bring quality, affordable primary health care right to the doorsteps of communities that have long been left behind. Today on Startup Spotlight, we'll be discussing innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities. My name is Glory Brown, and joining me today is Dr. Folake Kofo Idowu. She is a double board certified physician in internal medicine and infectious diseases. She is the founder and CEO of Iyewo, a Lagos-based startup delivering insurance-backed community focused on primary care to the informal sector. Dr. Folake, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you joining us.
It's a pleasure to be
By the
here.
way, you look very, very amazing.
Thank you.
So let me start by asking you the meaning of Iyewo and what really inspired you. You're a medical doctor and you have a career in medical and research, and then you were in the US and then you came all over to Nigeria to start up Iyewo. What really inspired you and what's the meaning behind the name?
Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So the name Iyewo means to check, to interrogate, to ask questions, to inquire. But it actually didn't even start from wanting to ask. For me, when I had the vision of what I wanted to do and what I wanted it to be, I wanted it to, in my head, it represented like a triumph, like a tree that was growing against all odds. And what came to me was a big tree, and you know, a tree grows and then it has the branches. I saw a World Cup trophy that in a way, even though it wasn't branching out, but there was a bigger head. And also I thought about the woman's uterus, right? It kind of has that shape. It's nurturing, it's protecting, it's providing. And it took me to mother, Iya, in Yoruba. And in some dialect of Yoruba, they call it Iye, right? But also Iye means to survive, means to thrive, means to triumph. So the name kind of started around Iye, and as I just mulled over it, I came up with Iyewo. So in terms of, you know, just what inspired me, for me personally, it was two things. I needed a change of scenery for so many reasons. And as many physicians in the US will tell you something similar, maybe not necessarily, but they needed a change. They need a change. I needed a change of scenery. And luckily, I had kind of started this passion project from a non-profit angle, and I was tweaking it to be more sustainable and
you understand.
Yes.
There's something you understand.
Yes.
There's something that pushed you toward that vision.
So first of all, primary care is like the baseline health care that everybody should have. Whether you are healthy or not, whether you have a diagnosis or not, everybody should have a primary care doctor, right? Because many times when disease or illness is showing up, a lot of things have gone wrong. There are a lot of conditions that are not acute. Malaria is acute. Malaria will bite, the mosquito will bite you. In 5 days, you're seeing symptoms and you take care of it. But sometimes there are lingering effects. And if you don't have a primary care doctor that follows you, then it becomes a problem. And so things like hypertension, it doesn't show until it's a problem. So some people are getting diagnosed when they are having strokes and hypertension, or they get confused, what we call encephalopathy, right? You don't want that because it means a lot has gone wrong and your body is not in good shape anymore. So for me, we're looking at the world generally, globally, we do not have enough resources other than money, and the money is not well distributed, right? But every other thing you need for global healthcare wellness, we actually do not have enough. manpower, especially human resources. So you have to look at what is the best way to distribute the little we have, and how can we keep more people healthy. Research has shown in countries that it's been done well, where you have a strong, solid primary care system, it takes care of 90% of the country's health issues, because you're able to prevent a lot of things, you're able to catch and manage early for cheaper, also for the individual, for the community, for the government, right? Because I tell my clients, when you fall sick, you're losing money twice. You're losing money the day you are supposed to be at work and you are not at work. You're not making money, right? 2 is that you are now losing from your savings to pay for healthcare at a high cost, and a lot of Nigerians are paying out of pocket. So these are the issues, because we have to also look at it from an economic point of view. The informal sector in Nigeria holds over 70% of our workforce, and these people are largely uncovered. And these are the people who drive our revenue, right? The bustling economy we keep talking about. It's these people. Nigeria has millions of micro, small, and medium enterprise. Who is taking care of their healthcare? And these people, again, economically, when they are not working, they are not earning. And that means a family's feeding is at stake, a child's education is at stake, right? If the breadwinner drops and has a stroke, you are losing that person's time. If they become disabled, it means that there's a loss of manpower. That means for the rest of that person's life, they cannot generate revenue. There's caregiver man-hour loss also. Somebody's taking care of them. The hours they should be working and generating or living or whatever, they're spending and taking. So there's a lot of even economic components to it at the end of the day. So it's a healthy country and a healthy environment that generates and that builds wealth. And that's why primary care is very, very important. It's cheaper for us to take care of everybody at the primary care level, so that the people who, it's not everything that, it's just like saying you spray you spray insecticide, you use mosquito net. 1 or 2 people will still catch malaria, but at least not a lot of people. So it reduces the pressure at the top, and then you still have enough money to take care of all those people.
Oh, thank you so much. So how, Iyewo has been there for some years now, despite the fact that it's still in its startup stage. How do you see startup playing a role as important as this, like a long-standing role? With time, you definitely have to move from the primary sector to the serious. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
To the serious part where, people have to come with different illness. Now looking beyond the primary care you initially started giving. So how do you bring in profit for startups? You started this thing with the passion you have. You wanted to do something that was inside of you. But now for startups looking forward to going to something like this, how can they start the funding part, and also how can they keep it long standing in the social issues like healthcare?
So in the startup world, people know that social enterprise, that's what we are. And it's basically a business whose core or primary goal is social impact, right? It's an enterprise because it's supposed to generate revenue. Depending on how you structure it, maybe you're making very minimal profit or just enough, but it's not like great margins. Now, of course, do we want to be profitable? Yes, has to be profitable. And that's why I moved from the nonprofit angle into a business, right? Is that it needs to be self-sustaining, and the people you're serving also need to have skin in the game. Everything cannot be free, because people cannot just take things and waste your resources. I would rather be serving people who really want to be served, right? But again, you still have to serve people, even because their health matters. So moving into just a growth stage, it's about focusing on sustainability with our strategy. And we're really trying that in terms of, as much as, again, social enterprise, we're serving the lower tier of the economy, right? And these people are daily earners, they're small earners. We on our end have figured out a self-financing mechanism where we have a health wallet and they can micro save into that. So going to Mama X or Baba Y to say, give me 5,000 naira today might be hard, because you don't know which day he's going to have a lot of sales or which day they ask his child to bring money in school, right? But if you ask him for 500 naira, he probably will give that to you. And he can save that either, every week or every 3 days into his wallet. And that money is growing for his healthcare. So he has a fallback. And so for them also, that's a way we are building sustainability into it. For us as a business, we're doing our best to price reasonably. And also when we're staffing, because these are some of the things, is we're trying to staff locally. So it reduces, again, we want to pay people, we're paying people fair wages, but if somebody's coming from Ajangbadi and you want them to come and work in Marina or in, I don't know, Shongutedo, you have to pay them fairly to cover transportation. But if they are in Shongutedo and you're hiring them to work in that area, at least the cost of that is less. So those are some of the strategies we are putting in place to figure out, how we can minimize our costs, because these are some of the issues that make people just run out. Funding, we're hoping to get funding. We're working on our readiness, because, funding comes with its own requirements, and you're answerable to other people's money. Right, so we're working on our readiness, but also we have to make sure that we are finding the right investors, because again, we're a social enterprise, and somebody who wants a 10x right now and exit in 3 years might not be the right investor for us. So again, those are the things that we're looking at. Now, in terms of moving from primary care and to taking care of big things or bigger things, personally, for me, Iyewo is part of a bigger dream and a bigger vision. It has its own space and its own role, and by God's grace there will be other pieces of the puzzle that we will build out. But one important thing to note is that the other levels of care, secondary and tertiary. So secondary is like your general hospitals, tertiary is like the teaching hospitals where they do research, where they do academics also, and then there's quaternary, which is like really higher and it's more niche. A lot of these things are capital intensive. We don't necessarily have to do that. We can collaborate. That's another thing. We can collaborate with hospitals. There are a lot of hospitals in the city, in the country, that are not even fully utilized. So we can really focus on grabbing the primary care, which means we have the numbers, which means that if somebody needs something, higher level of care, we can easily refer. Because that's the goal of everything. One person doesn't have to do everything. We can collaborate, secondary level, tertiary level, and as people need stuff, as long as there's a warm handshake each way, we can do a proper documentation, send the information, and everybody's working, back and forth together.
Let's quickly go on a break. When we come back, it's still the Startup Spotlight. Stay with us. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we've been discussing the topic, innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities, with Dr. Folake Kofo-Dou. Dr. Folake, let's look at the challenges. From your perspective, what do you think are the biggest challenges when it comes to accessing healthcare for those in undeserved communities in Nigeria today?
The challenges that I found, but also has been documented. There's generally, we'll call it like geographic access, in terms of how close or how far is a health provider or a health facility from people, and some of these things make a difference. Someone did a study, or a group did a study one time or recently, about looking at the time for pregnant women, right, from when there's an issue to getting to a health facility where they can get help, and it showed varying numbers that were not favorable to their health. So geographic, distance is one of the challenges, but also human resource, human capacity. Do we have enough? And what that translates to, people get to facilities and they have to wait long queues. Now, there's also a long-standing general mistrust, unfortunately, that is not untrue. or is not unfounded, that people have to orthodox medicine and medical practitioners. And we have a lot of work to do on our end. Yes, people exaggerate, but there's some fire to that smoke. And so that. Now, part of what I have also found is there is a psychological barrier, all of these little things that now puts, so it's not like, at least the people I'm serving are like ready, boom, to go to the doctor, right? They are still not that willing, because, and that's been one of our own work that we've had to do, is get over that psychological barrier that they have, where they don't trust you, you guys are too stressful, and you guys keep making them spend money, but I think what they've appreciated, and they feel like people don't care about them, right? So the challenges are, the people are now uninterested in patronizing you, or aka the medical community, orthodox medicine, uninterested in patronizing you unless it is catastrophic. They are dying, they have collapsed, they can't breathe, and they know that the chemist cannot solve breathing problems when you are gasping for air. So they come to you when it is too late. And again, that feeds into the cycle, because now they come to you when it's too late and they're like, we took her to the hospital and she still died there. But you took her to the hospital when she was dying, right? So it's a vicious cycle, and we have to break that cycle. And primary care is a good way, because can we get there, build trust? They don't trust the medical community. Can we build trust, and can we prevent all these catastrophic illnesses where people can see value? And what we have found being on ground is, we were at Oyinbo Market signing up people. I was there on Monday, and one woman was saying, she said, she was saying it in Yoruba, me and people not going to go to the hospital. So it's even good that she said it. And a lot of them did not say it. Like, they were like, thank God you came, because I'm not ready to leave my market. I don't have time. Kiniko. And you check her blood pressure is 188/130. You check the blood sugar is 400, right? And you're treating them there, and they're seeing the changes. There's someone we took care of. Blood pressure was 200, 120 something. And they gave her medication in the market. And the next day she came, she was walking differently. She said before she couldn't walk without pausing, going to her bathroom, walking through the market. She had to keep sitting down. So she would do as if she's greeting people, but she's actually resting. And she was like, she could walk to the end of the street now. Her headache was gone. So it's like that shift, that transformation, but also them knowing that somebody cares. Because again, they go like, we go to the hospital, the nurses are shouting at us, the doctor is cold. Yes, because they're overworked, they are stressed. So it's like you're coming with gas and they give you both, and everybody doesn't like each other. So we're trying to just, how can we calm the tension down? So yeah. But aside all of that, there's a gross infrastructural deficit, right? There's human capacity. In Nigeria right now, just general health workers, going from doctors, specialists to healthcare assistants combined, we have less than 2 to 1,000 people. That's is not enough at all. And everybody knows the Jackpot story. And I'm not going to tell anyone not to leave. You deserve a better life, and you deserve to get better education or better training. I did, and I'm more useful, right? I'm more useful and more valuable to my country. So if you're going, try to come back or try to give back. But talking about, human capacity or human resource deficit, we have a lot of that. But infrastructure is also very, very lacking. And it's not just, infrastructure is not just about buildings. We have healthcare buildings that are underutilized. Even in Lagos, here, that are underutilized, that have been emptied because we did not put the proper structure and processes, a proper system and processes in place to make sure those things are running. I remember I was a house officer, or I was a medical student, and they put computers everywhere. Somehow somebody forgot that computers need internet to work. Right? People go abroad and like, oh yes, I saw this system, let us set it up. You buy computers, and your contractors are probably shady or not, but there's just, you're not putting the right people in building the right implementation plan. So you put computers, you want to digitize, but there's no internet, there's no power supply, you know, a lot of those things. You are collecting information, where you're storing people's information, you set up an equipment for a specialist center, you are not equipping, you're not training staff, you're not getting the adequate or right staff, you're not training them, you're not sending them for updates. It's so many things, and it's because we are not truly intentional about what we're doing. A lot of what we do, are we doing it for making true change, or are we doing it to be seen as doing, right? Check the box. Oh, I built this health facility. Check the box. Is it working 4 years later? Because those things matter.
Now, still on the challenges, what were the biggest challenge you faced when starting Iyewo? And how did you overcome them? Because we have a lot of startups, you know, looking forward to go into sector, you understand? So for you, what were the biggest challenges? Because it could be useful to someone out there. And how did you overcome them?
One of my biggest challenges, I haven't overcome it, is human resource. And I was still telling my team that maybe I'm looking at it from the specialist angle or from the American angle. Even we use a lot of community health workers, and even finding the ones that you think are capable is hard. And again, because we're trying to recruit geographically. So now we're like, okay, if you live in this local government, but we're working in this other local government, maybe we can pay you a little more for transport and stuff. But human resource is one big problem, because money doesn't fix everything, you know, right? We are working again in the informal sector, so it requires a lot of boots on ground, and just working with stakeholders can be challenging, and you just have to approach it the right way, because everybody is wanting or needing or looking at things differently, and you have to understand the language of the people you're speaking with, and you have to present things to them in a way that they understand, that they see the win for them. So it's not necessarily for other people or for my constituents. What's in it? So if you're talking to someone, be like, it makes you look good in this way, right? And then, you know, your people, blah, blah, blah. So you have to do that. Funding is a big challenge, because I feel like health tech in many ways is not getting the attention and the funding that it deserves, not just at health tech itself, but as what it needs to do and the people it needs to serve. We're not getting the attention that we deserve. And I can tell you that, a lot of startups are doing great things, but I can tell you that health tech and ag tech people and ed tech, health, agriculture, education, oh Lord have mercy, there should be a special treat for us, you know, somewhere, just because you're working in very, very tough spaces, and sometimes it's difficult so funding is one big thing that needs to, we are mostly self-funded, gotten a couple of grants, that has helped, but I was telling someone that the money from a particular competition or from wherever, I'm like, it's a lot of money, but honestly, it's a drop. 6 months salary, right? 6 months salary is a big deal of my whole staff getting it paid but again, it's 6 months, and then I still have to get back to the grind of paying it. So we need big funds, because we're solving big problems.
So let's look at advice you can give to entrepreneurs building startup with a social impact as this. What advice could you give to them?
I would say find your community, find your people, because it's hard when you are building something that you see the vision, you see where you're going, and everything else around you is telling you, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? So finding your community is very, very important. And that helps because a lot of peer-to-peer learning, you learn from other people's mistakes. There are people who have had to pivot, switch their business model or switch their business entirely. And you have to just work with people, talk to people, collaborate also. You don't have to solve all the problems. And a lot of the problems we are solving, the solutions are not necessarily non-existent. We are probably retooling or reutilizing something that's been used. For instance, for my own target community, we're talking about a health savings wallet. I'm sure the average Nigerian knows what Ajo Isusu is. So the concept of Isusu for your healthcare wouldn't be so foreign, right? So we're just repurposing what is already existing. So you have to also do a good landscape assessment, what exists, and look at what can you improve. Yes, there are some things that you need to bring in, something that has never been seen, never been done before. But I think I can say that for most of the problems, there's someone doing something similar, and you just need to talk to people. And a friend of mine posted something that was saying, talk about the problem you're solving. Talk about it a lot, because as you talk about it, you will find people who will give you insights, solutions, connections, something. Be like, oh wait, this problem you're having, I know somebody that's doing this, and boom, problem solved. But a closed mouth doesn't get fed. And a lot of people are afraid. You talk about, people will steal your business idea. First of all, if it's a good idea, somebody else is already doing something similar. So just do your thing.
Thank you so much. A very big thank you to you, Dr. Folake Kofoido, for sharing such valuable insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And that brings us to the close of another inspiring edition of Startup Spotlight. My name is Glory Brown, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Remember, your startup story could be the next spotlight. Until next time, keep dreaming big, keep building, and keep watching Business Day television.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You are watching Business Day television.
This is Business Day television news updates reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up,
Nigeria's Federation account swells to 23 trillion naira in 10 months. And NSIA hits $3 billion net assets as sovereign fund expands development footprint. Midway Foods nears completion of Nigeria's largest sugar plant. NGX ICT stocks soar and 2025 as market cap rises to 18.6 trillion naira. Thank you for joining us. I am Destiny Momo. Now, the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission has revealed that inflows into Nigeria's Federation account have surged to 23.06 trillion naira in the first 10 months of 2025, surpassing the gross total accruals of last year and that of 2023. Chairman of the Commission, Mohammed Shehu, revealed this delivery in his remarks on Monday in Abuja at a two-day national stakeholders event. Shehu revealed that the 2025 revenue performance for the period between January to October beats the total 11.93 trillion naira recorded in 2023 and 21.43 trillion naira in 2024, highlighting the positive impact of the government's fiscal and tax reforms aimed at boosting revenues. In his words, the growth run was driven by fiscal reforms, tracking and coordination among revenue agencies, stronger audits and digital tracking, adding that the measures had expanded the revenue pool available for distribution to the federal, state and local governments. Shehu added that a trend reflected progress towards a more resilient and sustainable public finance system with reduced dependence on oil earnings, adding that volatile crude prices had historically exposed the country to boom and bust revenue cycles that undermined fiscal stability and long-term planning. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Sovereign Investment Authority crossed the $3 billion net asset mark in the first half of 2025, highlighting steady balance sheet growth despite currency volatility and tight domestic financial conditions. NSIA's net assets stood at $3.10 billion, up from $1 billion at inception by June 2025, translating to a compound annual growth rate of about 9.9% over more than a decade. And growth has been supported by government contributions and contained earnings from investment activities. Now, in the H1 of 2025, core total comprehension income tax by 6% year-on-year to 202.1 billion naira. Innovation financing remains a significant area that NSIA has devoted significant attention, launching a $28 million Impact Innovation Fund to support early-stage technology-driven businesses in partnership with the Japan International Cooperation Agency. Now, this allows earlier efforts such as the NSIA Prize for Innovation, which has become a notable entry point for young founders, with the most recent edition attracting more than 5,000 applications and awarded over $250,000 in funding. And still on, Emboa Foods PLC is nearing completion of what is set to become Nigeria's largest integrated sugar facility as the company pushes to deepen local production in a country heavily reliant on imports for the commodity. And located in Lafiaji, Kwara State, the project is about 80% complete and underscores BUA's commitment to industrialization and transformative investments that drive economic growth. And the BUA chairman, Abdul Samad Rabius, acknowledged the delays on the project but said momentum has picked up. The Lafiaji Sugar Company Limited project, known as Lasuco, is being developed as a fully integrated operation spanning sugarcane plantations and milling and refining facilities, an ethanol plant, irrigation systems, airstrip, and a power station. The complex also includes housing, healthcare, and education facilities for workers and host communities, all situated on roughly 20,000 hectares of land. And coming up, the NGX ICT stokes soar in 2025 as market cap rises to 18.6 trillion naira. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Technology stocks on the Nigerian exchange have emerged as one of the market's brightest stories in 2025, with gains as high as 993% for some players, firmly placing the ICT sector and the spotlight for investors. Covering fiber optics, computer hardware, electronic payments, and voice and broadband services, these firms have become a major force on the exchange, with a combined market capitalization of performing ICT stocks jumping 58% year-on-year to 18.61 trillion naira in November 2025, up from 11.7 trillion naira in November 2024. Their influence reportedly extends well beyond rising share prices, as these companies provide a critical digital infrastructure that keeps banks, manufacturers, retailers, and service providers operating efficiently, cementing their importance to the wider economy. The market capitalization growth of these 7 ICT stocks reflect their strong performance, driven by sustained share price appreciation, as rising prices have translated directly into bigger market values, with shares outstanding held largely constant. And away from that story, Nigeria's import bill for food and beverages rose to 5.27 trillion naira in the first 9 months of 2025, according to an analysis of data from Foreign Trade Statistics reports released by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS). Now, this figure compares with 4.71 trillion naira recorded in the corresponding period of 2024, translating to an increase of 553.22 billion naira, or 11.74% year-on-year. The expansion was driven largely by a sharp rise in primary food imports, and while processed food imports grew at a much slower pace, while quarterly data also shows that the import growth strengthened progressively through the year, with the highest values recorded in the third quarter. And primary food and beverage imports climbed to 2.54 trillion naira between January and September 2025, up from 2.11 trillion naira in the same period of 2024, representing an increase of 434.53 billion naira, equivalent to 20.63%, making primary products the main contributor to the overall rise in food imports. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Police Force has announced plans to resume nationwide enforcement of tinted glass permit policy from January 2nd, 2026, citing heightened security concerns and the growing use of vehicles with unauthorized tinted glass in criminal activities. And this was contained in a statement issued on Monday by Benjamin Hundeyin, first public relations officer at the force headquarters in Abuja. According to the police, the decision followed a comprehensive review of emerging security challenges across the country and will take effect pending the final determination of a related matter currently before the court. The police clarified that, contrary to public speculation, the police were never barred by any court from enforcing the law regulating the use of tinted glass on vehicles, explaining that the earlier suspension of enforcement was a voluntary decision to allow motorists regularize their documentation and complete the permit registration process, in line with the force's commitment to transparency, fairness, and public convenience. And now to end the local news, the government of Abia State has enacted a new law aimed at positioning the southeastern Nigerian state as a hub for technology and innovation. According to reports, the state is also laying out plans to introduce a fleet of electric buses as part of a broader push towards cleaner urban transportation. Governor Alex Oti assented this week to the Abia State Startup Law 2025 legislation passed by the State House of Assembly to domesticate the Nigerian Startup Act of 2022 at a subnational level. The law establishes a legal and regulatory framework to support technology-enabled businesses operating within the state. And the Commissioner of Information, OK Kanu, announced the development on Monday while briefing journalists in Umuahia after a meeting of the State Executive Council, saying the law was designed to encourage innovation, attract investment, and nurture digital talent as the state seeks to diversify its economy beyond traditional sectors. And coming up, South Sudan grounds and 4 United Nations-linked aircraft over security smuggling concerns. This and more when we are back.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. Now moving on to Africa. South Sudan's government has grounded 4 aircraft registered under the United Nations mission there, alleging that they were used for illegal surveillance and smuggling. And South Sudan's Foreign Minister Monday Semaya Kumba say a government committee was examining the aircraft after intelligence reports raised security concerns, and 2 were found with advanced surveillance and intelligence recording systems. A United Nations mission spokesperson Priyanka Chowdhury said Monday that all air assets are used solely in support of the mandate to help protect civilians and support lasting peace in South Sudan. According to her, the United Nations mission has been talking with South Sudan's government for a while now to resolve this issue, adding that the mission works transparently with it on United Nations operations. And also, an Indian billionaire and 6 other international groups have entered the race to deliver South Africa's long-awaited $25 billion electricity transmission upgrade, a project seen as critical to fixing one of Africa's most constrained power systems. South Africa's electricity ministry said it had pre-qualified 7 consortia to bid for the expansion of the national transmission grid, a program valued at about $25 billion, equivalent to roughly 440 billion rand. The announcement was made on Monday, 15 December in Pretoria by Electricity Minister Gosintoho Ramaphosa, revealing that among the shortlisted bidders is Adani Power's Middle East unit, part of the Adani Group founded and chaired by Gautam Adani, one of India's wealthiest men. The pre-qualified list also features major global utilities and state-backed firms, including France's Électricité de France and China's State Grid International Development and China's Southern Power Grid International, highlighting the scale and international appeal of South Africa's grid ambitions. Now, moving on to the foreign scene, Egypt has signed a contract with Qatar's AI Mana Holding for a first phase investment of $200 million to produce sustainable aviation fuel from used cooking oil in the Suez Canal Economic Zone at Ain Sokhna. The Egyptian cabinet announced this on Sunday. The project will be developed in 3 phases, covering 100,000 square meters in the integrated Sokhna zone on Egypt's Red Sea coast, and while the first phase is expected to produce 200,000 tons of sustainable aviation fuel annually, according to the cabinet. Now, this deal represents the first Qatari industrial investment in the Suez Canal Economic Zone, as Egypt has been actively seeking foreign investments, particularly from wealthy Gulf states, to address heavy foreign debt and a widening budget deficit. And still on, Iran raised the price of its subsidized gasoline for most users on Saturday. A government spokesperson said as the OPEC members seek to control rising fuel demand without triggering public anger. The increase in Iran's gasoline price, which is among the lowest in the world, had long been postponed amid concerns it could spark a repeat of widespread protests seen in 2019 that were crushed by the state. According to reports, most vehicles except ambulances must purchase fuel at a higher rate of 50,000 rials per litre, while in the U.S. cents under the free market rate, while the higher rate will target consumers requiring more than 160 litres per month. We'll bring you the sports news after this short break. Stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Welcome back to news update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Manchester United and Bournemouth settled for a point apiece after an exciting 8-goal Premier League thriller that ended 4-4 at Old Trafford. United took control early and went ahead after 13 minutes when Amad Diallo headed home from close range, capitalizing on a tactical tweak by head coach Ruben Amorim, who pushed the Ivorian into a more advanced role. The Red Devils went into the break with a 2-1 advantage but lost the lead within 7 minutes of the second half as Evan Ilsin and Marcus Tavernier struck at a quick succession to swing momentum and Bournemouth's way. United responded emphatically with superb Bruno Fernandes, a free kick leveling the contest before Matthews Cunha fired the host back in front barely 2 minutes later, turning the match on its head for a second time. The result cost Manchester United a place in the top 5, while 13th place Bournemouth extended their winless run to 7 matches, but while taking confidence from a resilient display in one of the season's most entertaining encounters. And now to end the news, the Super Eagles will take on the Pharaohs of Egypt, record 7-time AFCON winners, in an international friendly at the Cairo Stadium on Tuesday, December 16, as both sides fine-tune preparations for the 2025 African Cup of Nations finals in Morocco, which kick off on Sunday, December 21. And Super Eagles head coach Eric Chilly is expected to use the friendly to access several squad players, including goalkeeper Amazo Bazoje, defender Ryan Ojabiosu, and midfielders Usman Mohamed, among others. According to reports, Chilly is expected to start Stanley Mwabali and Bright Osai Samuel Ajayi, Calvin Bassi and Zaidu Sanusi in defense, while Wilfred Ndidi, Frank Onyeka, and Alex Iwobi are likely to anchor the midfield. The Super Eagles will, however, kick off their AFCON 2025 campaign on Tuesday, December 23, against Tanzania. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough
and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back. It is Business Day Television, and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, both home and abroad, be it local or global. Hence, identifying the promise and problems of several industries, and of course, thus highlighting their economic business values, also how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians, and Nigerians across Africa. There's more. In relations to the rest of the world, this is Industry Focus. We bring it to you, or we bring this to you every Tuesday, 12:30, right here on Business Day Television. Talk about industries, we come to mind. All right? So here are 4 segments that will be running through for you today. You don't want to miss anything for the world. Number 1, we'll be taking out our quote of the day on food production. And 2, we do have retrospect on agro-processing. We'll find out exactly how agro-processing is giving more and more value to our economy and GDP. So yes, retrospect on agro-processing business in Nigeria and how far has it come. Then of course, the third segment is our Captain's Opinion, where we have our guest. He's with us in the studio, right? That's Mr. Jackson Sunday, aka they call him the Root Boss. He's also an agro-food innovator. You get to find out, and we get to pick his brain. Just when you pick, fruits from the tree, we pick his brain based on the knowledge he has. Yes, I know, pick his brain and knowledge. All right, and right after that, and of course, the topic for that will be from farm to factory, talking about agro-processing in Nigeria. And our last segment will be deal or no deal. That segment we get to ask our guest what they think of government's, input regarding what's happening in the agricultural sector, what government is doing for agriculture, and more. And there we get to find out the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security highlights the private sector participation. We will find out if it's a good deal so far or not. This and many more coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. All right, we'll be right back. Let's take a break. This is Industry Focus. Welcome back. Agro-processing is what we're focusing today, right here on Industry Focus, Business Day Television. When you talk about business, you come to us for great analysis and everything that you need to get your business of the day running. And like they say, if you must start today, why not start today with Business Day? So our quote of the day, right, so you don't miss anything, it goes this way. It says, to be interested in food, right, and not interested in food production is clearly absurd. I'll take it again. It says to be interested in food but not in food production is clearly absurd. And that's the fact. For those of you who are thinking about, from farm to factory and processing and all that, you must understand that food that you put on the table to nourish yourself most of the time goes through a lot of stages. So get interested in that. For those of you who are foodies like me, I love food. I know you love food too. But the industry is important. We cannot let all this slide without talking about the industry itself. So that was by Wendell Berry. To be interested in food, you cannot stay away from being interested in food processing and production. All right, very quickly, let's jump into retrospective of the day so you know exactly how far agro-processing has come. Agro-processing in Nigeria has a long history. Initially thriving in the post-independence era before declining due to reliance on crude oil, of course, now is a key focus of current flow for the government, effort for economic diversification and food security. The sector is critical for reducing post-harvest losses and creating employment by facing those which needs to be dealt with, and of course, more importantly, making it more significant with what's happening. Challenges includes a lot inadequate infrastructure and inconsistent raw material supply. All that and many more, right? But again, we have been able to overcome, right? So historical context has shown so many times. In the earlier post-independence years, agriculture was the backbone of Nigerian economy, with a strong emphasis on cash crops like cocoa, granules, and of course, palm oil, which were processed to some extent before export. However, the discovery and subsequent boom of oil in the 1970s led to the significant shift in government focus and revenue sources. Agriculture was largely neglected, with food importation growing rapidly, leading to decline in local processing capacity and a reliance on exporting raw commodities. These are many more, but today we are about to break even to see how well agro-processing has come and if it's going to lead Nigeria out of the oil race to a new era. Industry focus it is. Now you know. All right, let's jump straight up to our next segment, which is key. I hope that one I gave to you has given you a bit of insight so you know where we're coming from and where we want to go to with today's topic on agro-processing. My guest today understands in total what it's like to run processing in different ways. So let's talk about this. But I'll give you a breakdown about my guest. Mr. Sunday Jackson, popularly known as Iru Boss, most definitely. Sunday Jackson, popularly known, like I did say, is a visionary entrepreneur, agri-food innovator, and cultural advocate dedicated to elevating African superfoods, right? He believes in transforming the traditional West African ingredients into modern, scalable, and globally competitive product. Jackson has spent years researching, developing, and perfecting Iru processing methods that preserve its natural and nutritional value while making it convenient for contemporary kitchen. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guest, Mr. Sunday Jackson. Welcome to my studio. Yes. Our studio, not my studio, our studio.
It's been a pleasure, Valentine.
I hope I was able to give you a breakdown of something that will boost your morale.
Oh, yeah. That was beautiful. Well done.
Thank you. Pleasure mine.
Yeah.
All right, let's see about handshakes because our segments will come where we'll have to do deal or no deal.
Okay, that's fine.
Our guests previously before now have been wanting to know when are we going to have something on agro-processing. I told them, look, we're going to have someone come through. Same with our viewers too. They've been asking these questions. But now you're here. Okay. Let's jump into it. First and foremost, why did you choose agro-processing?
Okay, so for me, agro-processing, in fact, agro-processing is everything.
Right.
When I say everything, it means nations cannot build global brands. Let me start with that.
Right.
You can't build global brands without agro-processing. You know, agriculture has gone beyond just farming. You know, a couple of years ago, pardon me, we heard the president, give a speech, everybody has to go back to the farm. I think we are missing it because some people will have the opinion, go to the farm, what does that mean and all of that. What he meant to say was we should focus more on agro-processing. You know, so agro-processing, let me quickly give this layman example, for everybody to understand. Very simple. Now, if you sell raw cassava, you earn money once. But if you process cassava into gari, into flour, into starch, into ethanol or glucose syrup, you actually earn money multiple times across multiple industry. I will explain that, So instead of just selling raw cassava and that's it, process it into these various food items I've mentioned. And as you process them into each, you're actually unlocking different industries. Like Gary is a whole industry on its own. Flour, it's a whole industry. Ethanol and all of that. So this is just for cassava. Now multiplied by the numerous food produce we have. So it's just a very simple example for you to understand that, look, agro processing, when I said is everything, it's actually everything. And that's how you unlock global brands.
That's how you unlock global brands. You've already answered half of the question of what we have. Our viewers have been sending these questions in, right? Okay. And of course, this is the part 2 of what we had last week, where we had you on Zoom. Yeah. But we said we need to have you in the studio because this is an integral part of our daily, survival as Africans, as Nigerians. Agriculture can't be swept under the carpet. And of course, agro-processing is a by-cut out from agriculture itself, isn't it so? Yes. Because without agricultural produce, how do you get agro-processing?
Okay, so I'll just quickly say,
let me hear that part.
Agro-processing is just a sect of agribusiness.
Right.
Farming is like the big umbrella. So we have agribusiness. Under agribusiness.
Like on TV now, we see some people processing some agricultural things. Yeah. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. So, like I said, agribusiness has various steps under. So one of them is agro processing.
Agro processing.
Yes. And agro processing on its own is broad, is wide. So I know that's what we are focusing on today.
You're hitting the nail on the head, giving us those insights that we need. Okay. So very quickly, already we've touched on the first one. Let's jump to the next one. Job creation and SME question. Very important, this particular one now. It says, how does investment in processing plants create different kinds of jobs, really, compared to farming alone? What opportunities does it open up for small, medium-sized business across the country? Remember, we're Business Day. We want to know, how does agro-processing, which we know, it is your sector, how does it create jobs out there?
Okay, it's actually a very interesting question. So let me say first of all that farming creates seasonal jobs.
Okay.
That's self-explanatory. You already know what that means, because you will hear, okay, they talk about this produce. You say, oh, it's not the season yet. We have to wait for the season. So it cuts across different produce. So farming itself produces seasonal jobs. It means you get this job now. You can't get a job again until when that season comes again. But agro processing gives us year-round job. I'll mention some. So when you say jobs created by agro processing, you're talking machine operators. Excuse me. You're talking quality control technicians. You're talking warehouse staff. You're talking brand specialists. You're talking export and compliance officers. I mean, the list continues like that. Now, if you look at all of this, that's an entire workforce, unlike just laborers in farming. Now, the beauty of this is, I'm talking agro processing now. The beauty of it is, everything I mentioned, like I said, is just the jobs created directly from agro processing. Now, agro processing, as I was saying, the beauty of it is it creates numerous opportunities also for SMEs aside the direct jobs.
Okay.
Some jobs, like, because I'm one of that. So we have transporters. Those this is what they do. We have packaging suppliers. Yeah, I have a friend who, her job, in fact, she churns out hundreds of cartons, packaging materials daily. So that's one. We're talking retail vendors. We're talking e-commerce, retail. We're talking digital marketers. We're talking logistics and all of that. So now, even in my Iru sector where I belong, the locust beans, I've seen the story is the same. It creates, I can talk about Iru today. What I'm saying, I can sit down conveniently to talk about it is because it was crafted from this same umbrella for me as an SME, and that's what I'm running with. Now, even in each sector, like I mentioned Gary before, I'm talking locust beans. Now, locust beans employs a lot of, it creates jobs underneath it. You understand? So it cuts across every sector. So agro processing, in what I'm saying in general, is it provides jobs directly and it creates opportunities for SMEs. So it's a whole lot.
I want to digress a little bit. They call it the Iru boss.
Yes.
Now, Iru is a traditional name for locust beans.
It's a Yoruba name for locust beans.
Locust beans.
Yes.
They say it is medicinal. It has a lot of values. What are the first top 3 values of you can get out of locust beans?
Okay, so locust beans. Okay, you've said it. Let me just put it well. It's nutrient-dense food.
Okay.
You know.
I mean, you're the but very quickly. Did you anything that has to do with agriculture in university?
Well, yes. I actually.
Okay.
So before my uni days, I actually went to a college of education. Yes. So then I did a Greek major, even though it was not major.
Okay. now you have my head all blown up. That's fine. So back to that Iru boss thing. Yeah.
So Iru it has a lot of, a larger.
Is that Iru on TV?
Yes, that's
okay.
Yes, that's because so Iru has a larger chunk of protein. So it's a huge protein source. It has digestive fiber. It has probiotics. You said 3, right?
Probiotics.
Yes, I can continue.
Wow.
It has antioxidants in it. I mean, you can break them down into, but I don't want to boss because you said 3. So Iru is actually okay. So Iru has calcium in it. It has vitamins in them.
Right.
You understand? And we talk about protein. So for me, at times I advise people, so if you can't spend money, some people jokingly said it one time, if you can't eat too much meat and all, of course, because it's protein, you can actually do much of Iru and it still gives you a very, very good amount of protein. Yes, you can research these things.
For someone who frequents the gym every now and then, because I like
Iru is actually very, very okay. Ask a question.
So I want to exercise. They call me a gym rat. I go to the gym every day. Are you saying that I can supplement, with Iru? How do I boil and eat it? What?
Okay, so I take it because I go to the gym. So let me tell you practically what I do. I come back from the gym. I put powdered locust beans in warm water.
Okay.
And drink it. So it cleanses your system.
Wow.
It cleanses your system, and like I said, there's a lot of nutrients extracted from it. So it's because after working out, what you need much of protein, right? Iru replaces that. It's actually very, very good for that.
Okay, in case you guys don't know, we've been talking with, we're right here in the studio having a great discussion with Sunday Jackson, the company Iru boss, talking about how well the agro-processing business and industry is helping out a lot of people, creating jobs, creating business. And for those of you who don't know what Iru is, now you know. The benefits are humongous. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, deal or no deal, we'll get to ask Mr. Jackson what he thinks about what the federal government is doing to help agriculture. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Iru, agri-processing, and lots more has been the talk of the day so far with my guest, Mr. Jackson Sunday, most definitely. So let's jump straight up into our deal or no deal, right? It says here very quickly, so it helps all of us. It says the minister made this known during a courtesy visit. I'll take it back. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Carrier, that's him, yes, has stated that private sector participation in agricultural ecosystem will drive investment, innovation, and inclusive growth. Now, it so happened to be that this was mentioned, and he said that he needed more participation from private sector. Do you see this as a plus for the agro production or agro processing sector? How would this help someone like you who is an entrepreneur? How would this help you, right? Having seen that, the minister, as Abubakar, right, Kari has explained this. What do you think?
Okay, so for me, I completely agree that it's a good one. Okay, but my little challenge will always be, it is easier said. I said that respectfully to him. It will be a good one if implementation matches the promise. I mean, that will make life good for everybody, because truthfully, the government cannot do everything alone. Okay, so because industries are broad and all of that, so for this sector, agro processing, yes, if like I said, he matches his promise with implementation, I mean, it's a fine one to say, okay, private sectors come into this, because that will actually throw more light into the industry. Okay, and once it thrives, that will give confidence to investors even to come in and say, oh, okay, I can do this, and at large, it gives SMEs, the assurance kind of, to go into, especially SMEs who want to go into agro processing, so it makes that sector at least not extremely stressful like it's looking at the moment, So for me, I would just say it's a good deal. It's a good one, in case you want to ask if it's a good deal or not. It's actually a good one. And like I said, it's just as simple as that. You promise this, do it, and everywhere is good.
You promise, get it done, and everywhere is good. Becomes stew.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds good. So at this point, I'll shake your hand and say, he says it's a good deal.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
Mr. Jackie says it's a good deal.
Yeah, it is.
So for all you young entrepreneurs out there wanting to jump into agro processing, is that the right word to use? Agro processing.
Yes, agro processing. Yes.
So what does we want to jump to agro processing and make a living out of it? The federal government has said that those who are in agriculture should seek more participation with private sector. Yes, Senator Abubakar right there. And of course, our guest in the building, Jackson Sunday, aka the Rubos, has said it's a good deal for those of you who want to jump into this thing. Hey, break the, like they say, like our president would say, to make omelette, you must break the egg.
Of course.
In other words, nothing good comes easy, right?
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic. It has been wonderful having you guys watching all the way. When we started, we gave you our quotes on agro processing. Also, we gave you a breakdown of what you need to know regarding jumping into agro processing. And of course, gave you the deal or no deal and retrospect. Jackson, I want to thank you for coming to the studio.
Wow, it's my pleasure.
This is like the part 2 that we did.
Yeah.
When we first had you, we had you on Zoom, but we said we needed to have you in the studio to come break it down. Before we go very quickly, what projects are you working on? And where do you think the government should help you as an entrepreneur? And of course, hey, like they say, if one gets out strong in the business, it can create a value chain and multiple, what we call multipliers effect. Where do you think government can help you get your business even, to the higher level?
Okay, so straightforward, I'm working on locust beans. Like you rightly said, the processing of locust beans, from just fresh to the powdered form to the dried form and paste form, So, and now why I'm doing this is because, like you said, I've taken my time to research on locust beans. Now, if you look at everybody talks about chia seed today. They talk about quinoa and the rest of them. 10 years ago, where were these food products?
Right.
Yes, I remember 10 years ago. I remember vividly when moringa started. It was sounding like one miracle food item. People started talking about it. Today, people do a lot. Locust beans is in the same league with this. That's exactly what I'm working on. Where I want the government to come in is machinery.
Machinery.
Machines are actually very expensive. Because we have a lot we want to do. My vision is very simple: to put locust beans on the global map.
Okay.
Yes.
Put locust beans on the global map. That's one the world has heard you, and of course those who are responsible in the government has also heard you too. And hopefully we have the Minister of Agriculture watching us. You never can tell. All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
Until next week, Tuesday, Industry Focus comes to you every Tuesday, 12:30. This has been a great one. Right here on Business Day Television. My name still remains Onyeka Valentine. See you next week, Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.